Good evening, everybody. I'm going to need a minute to get set up here, but we should be good to go in just a minute. Where are you, Book of Hours? There we go. I got to warn you, I am completely worn out today. I didn't get a full night's sleep. Just a second. And I've sort of been feeling the consequences of that through the whole day. Books of the Memory Which Does Not Die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly, Book of Hours is a forgiving sort of game. If you're worried you might be stuck, there's usually another way. But yeah, so I'm feeling very, very worn out. But my intention is always to do a full stream no matter what. And I don't feel like I feel very comfortable with Book of Hours, and I sort of know what I need to do, so there's not a whole lot to worry about there. But it likely will mean that I'm also rather strict about bedtime. Just to put some context around this, I was ready to go for 7. Like, you know, I had dinner taken care of, so on and so forth. But between me I was kind of curled up in bed reading a book, and then hitting that 7 o'clock time, the process of like getting a glass of water and getting ready to stream took half an hour. And but I have a lemon tart, so you know who's the real winner here. Cured says, "Good evening, System Chalk. I feel you on being tired on your last shift before your 2 weeks off. Hope you have a good stream." Thank you, Cured. Best of luck with your last day before holidays or vacation or break, whatever you want to call it. I always appreciate you stopping by and saying hello, even if it means that you can't be here with us for the whole time. But I know I've said it before, but it is something that I appreciate and I never want to take for granted. Okay, I was recording most recently, so let's open up January 12th broadcast. Now, I do want to get just off the top, it is worth remembering. Actually, let me, while the game is loading, or rather the game is now loaded, but let me see what stream says. So, so I'm just taking a second here. There's a local game dev meetup on... What on earth? Sorry, I should have done this ahead of time, but this is bonkers. Okay. Yeah, so there's a couple of... Basically, what I'm doing right now, there's a local game dev meetup, which normally meets on the 3rd of every month. And that would be this Wednesday... third Wednesday of every month. That would be this Wednesday. But I've not yet seen... I haven't seen a message about a meetup yet, so I just wanted to take a quick minute. What is this? Okay. 17th. Okay, there we go. So basically, just a little context here. I was checking the Discord just to make sure that there was, in fact, a meetup this week. So, yes, the usual deal is that the 3rd Wednesday of every month I'm going to take off, and that is there's a few different ways of thinking of this. I tend to like thinking of it as refilling the well for broadcast stuff, because even if all of it doesn't wind up on stream. Oh, what's the current goal? I know you were exploring which endings you could achieve last time I was here. Very similar, Cured. I'm sorry, you probably sent that message ages ago and I'm only just seeing it now. So there's a small minor goal here where I have a few skills that I would like to level up so that I can commit them finally to the Tree of Wisdoms. It's not even necessary for me to do that right now. Actually, it would be kind of helpful for a couple of them. Like, I think probably if I could get some more Trist, that would be helpful overall. But mostly I just kind of wanted to lock in all of the lessons that I could before I called it a finale. So we're hoping to get to Numa so that I can level up a few more of the skills that I was hoping to. One of the things that I'll be doing until we get to Numa is checking out the statues again so we can have the story of all the librarians of Hush House. I know we finished the cure. I don't think we did Ava actually, but I'll kind of go through the story of the previous librarians again, because I'm particularly curious about Willem Harries and Gervenius van Loren. And I don't know, there's a side of me that would like to try and find more treasures of the house, assuming that there are some. So we haven't quite been able to, so I don't have any ideas in terms of the Columbic sarcophagus, the catacombs altar. Little less likely, I think, that there would be something at the Shrine to the Malachite, the Assite, or the Calcite, or I guess to the Malachite, Calcite, and Assite altars. But I don't know. You never know. There might be something there. We've tried a lot with the Shrine to Saint Tentretto, but I mean, again, a lot of this really comes down to getting a book that points me in the right area. You can... we haven't quite found a use for the chrysalis. I sort of feel like the condignator is very helpful for crafting, but I suspect with such a significant piece of machinery, there might be something else that I can do. Maybe there's even something about crafting my own... my own bust. There's certainly no end of possibilities. But, every single workbench here, and maybe not even workbenches, has the potential to have some kind of a special, result, and often it has involved the combination of skills, but not exclusively. And so, there's a lot that can happen. The question really is, how much am I willing to go into this sort of blind search? And the answer to that is not very. I mean, there will be other journeys through Hush House where I can learn the other things. You don't necessarily have to... In fact, it's impossible to see everything in the first playthrough. Although, you can spend a lot of time in the game and see a lot, more than maybe would be intended. And certainly that's the point we're at in the playthrough right now. But anyways... the other thing I wanted to mention, so I was talking a little bit before, so basically, whether you think of it as refilling the well or just, trying to have a life outside of it, I do try to go out and support the local game dev community, and in fact, they've been rather supportive of the last few essays, even if they have not necessarily been things that people agree with as a whole, which is something that I really appreciate, because, as I mentioned, there was a community where essentially my input was asked for. Now, this is by sort of the head of that community, and then when it came time for people to respond to it, it was very much those sort of, how dare you, or, you're wrong, but not really offering any reason for me being wrong. It's a little bit more, I don't like what this means, so you have to be wrong. But yeah, community supports me. I think they do lots of interesting stuff, and it's always nice to keep on top of what's going on, especially things that we may wind up playing on the stream when the time comes. Obviously, a lot of these things are in development and may not necessarily ever see the light of day in some cases, which is a little bit of a shame, but also sort of a representation of them making sure that they're using their time appropriately. By that I mean is just if you have a project that maybe isn't really showing the promise, let's say, of that it once had. Sometimes just being willing to admit that the time it's going to take to get it on the right path isn't necessarily worth it compared to other, compared to other alternatives. Although there is always, I guess, what is it, shiny new object syndrome, I think some people call it. Anyways, people have to, I guess, figure out for themselves where they draw the lines on that. But for many reasons, both for the benefit of the stream and sometimes just because it's fun to do, I do want to take the time and support the local dev meetups, especially because they have sometimes had a little trouble getting people together after COVID, and it is fair to say that the weather has not been great here, so certainly they're probably going to have some difficulty getting some attendance. Magpie syndrome, that's a good I've heard shiny object syndrome, but magpie syndrome sounds a lot better, more poetic. Okay, anyways, I'm going to shut up and let's figure out what our next steps are. So, yes, I remember now. Let me just take a quick second and see if I wrote these down, because I believe I was going to commit some memories to some specific skills. I can always refer to my Excel sheet if I have to, but this should be one that... Good Lord. Okay. Looks like I didn't make a note. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I just got a message here I wanted to deal with really quick. I'm really sorry. I realize tons of dead air right at the start of the stream is pretty rough, but I just wanted to get this out of the way. Okay, I think I am well and truly ready to actually start playing the game. So, and now I remember why I tabbed out. We had, okay, so it was Sand Stories, Sea Stories, Anbury and Lapidary, Purifications, and Exaltations. So I think the idea here was that Sea Stories would go up to level 9. We still have some time before we convert that. So I'm going to want Grail and Moon out of that. So the Intuition helps, the Clouds help, the Stolen Secret does. I kind of want to keep my Persistence if I can. So we're going to need 5 more, although we've got plenty of Elements of the Soul, so I'm not too worried about that. Okay, so when Sea Stories goes up to 9, Sand Stories eventually needs to become a level 7. Let me just double check. So our other options are Heart. So Anbury and Lapidary was one that I was going to level up, as well as Purifications and Exaltations. And that neither of those work with Edicts Inviolable. So I think the proper plan here is Sea Stories and Sand Stories. And then we wait for the next book. I don't think the Rose... Yeah, Rose doesn't help here. All right. Oh, have you discovered if an Oriflamme's offer is a one-time offer or do they come back? The game's actually pretty clear on that, Cured. They do come back. The only thing to remember is that the game is huge. So the tricky part here is that if you get unlucky with the draws or you play the game quite quickly, you may not necessarily see... Okay, well, I imagine there's actually a couple of things that can happen. So number one, it may be that, you get certain offers from Oriflammes, and I'm sure there's a system that will determine sort of what books come from Oriflammes. But there is the possibility as well that if Oriflammes offers you a particular text and then you wind up uncovering it somewhere in the library, again, I don't know if these are sort of predestined in terms of the, the books, or if you get the book upon cataloging it. But I imagine there could be a situation in which you are offered it by Oriflammes, you don't get it for one reason or another, and then you wind up, you get the book through other means. That's going to feel like Oriflammes never gives it back to you again, but that's just because I'm assuming they don't want you to have more than one copy of a book. It's probably a lot to ask to try and keep people, let people remember duplicates. Now, I will confess, I do notice that there's sort of tally values for a bunch of books, and I'm curious in this case if it's a situation where maybe there was a plan to sell a book. I know there was a plan for people to steal books at some point, but I don't know if it's possible to sell books, and I just haven't found it yet. Not that I really would anyway. But yeah, so far as I can tell, basically your options to get books from Oriflammes are once a season, and then of course every season there's 4 seasons in a year, and there's a lot to do in between the seasons. So the fact of the matter is, with so many books in the game and a fixed number in the library itself, it is true that you can be offered a book again, but it's also worth remembering that there's a lot. So the chances of a specific book coming back, I really don't know if there's something special that they do to sort of make the likelihood of certain books to show up more than others. Because the fact of the matter is, there are some books that actually tell you some pretty important information about Hush House and its secrets, and I can imagine if it's purely left to random chance that this very rare playthrough is going to be one where basically all of the cool stuff in the house is never talked about just because of a very narrow set of texts. Now, I mean, I'm assuming this is something that a developer would imagine too, so it could be, if you look at the distribution of the text that mention things, that there's always going to be, some subset of, of the secrets of the house that are revealed through the way that there's a certain, just the number of texts and the number of periods and so on and so forth. There's a couple of ways that you can sort of angle the numbers in your favor without messing with the probabilities. But still, you can imagine a little bit like when Valve tried to do pure random numbers for cosmetics in TF2, there absolutely was this poor, player who, under the fair system, had gone, hours or days even. I can't even remember what the time was, but basically this preposterous amount of time without ever having gotten a free cosmetic drop. And it's just when you get a sufficiently large number of people, those sorts of things, I guess it's a little bit like insurance, right? You can't necessarily say if any one person is going to have a certain tragedy befall them. But statistically, when you take a look at a population, it is actually not straightforward, but it is a manageable affair to come up with an estimate in terms of the number of people who will be affected by certain events. And the pricing of that risk is essentially the whole game for insurance. So yeah, I mean, I would love Brook of Hours to have the kind of player base to allow those outliers to become a problem for Weather Factory to deal with, but it's a kind of an academic question at this point. All right, I've sort of held back enough. So let's take a minute here and decide what we want to do in terms of our lessons. So there's one with a moon, there's one with a grail. So we'll take one Fet and one Arab. We'll set those aside. Now, I may not have enough to be able to get both sea stories and sea stories and sand stories leveled up, because we need a total of 8 plus 5. So 13 memories. We have the elements of the soul for that, but whether or not we have 13 unique memories is another question. In fact, maybe one of the things I can do to push things to my... No, because then we potentially step on Reverend Timothy's contributions. We'll see what happens in 45 seconds, and then we'll get to work on trying to generate memories. Although, before I go any further, let's read about Valentine again. Scratch tiny symbols on the flimsy form. All right. T. I'm pretty sure I did not order tea. If you can just give me a second, I'm actually going to save... Oh, actually, because it's a properly saved game, that's always going to be in the folder. I don't need to worry about the autosave. Yeah, I want to check that against the video because I am near certain that I just got a bunch of Lapsang tea that I didn't actually order. I can afford it, right? I'm not going to scratch it all out, but... you know what? We probably can afford the... Okay... Okay, that's the get to work sound, so... Okay, I do want to try and make the most of the day. Yeah, no, the time, I think the time is, time to make some choices is now. So, I'm looking for every Moon Grail. Well, let's start with Moon and Grail. Okay, so confounding parable. Now I'm a little surprised I'm not already getting a confounding parable. Actually, at this point, it shouldn't really matter. I think I'm just gonna commit to reading everything. And then Honey, the Comprehensive Guide for Contradiction. No worries, Cured. I'm sorry. It was a little bit of a weird start to the stream. I know your time with us is precious, but I do wish you a good day at work. Thank you for the lurk, and I look forward to chatting with you whenever our paths cross again. Okay, so we also want salt. So the tricky part with the moon stuff is that it crosses over with sea stories and sand stories. The priority clearly is sea stories, or sand stories, sorry, priority is sea stories. Sand stories is a nice to have. Okay, so next up I'm working on... So actually I should double check that here. So we've got, of the 3, 4, 5, 6. So technically I just need 2 more for Grail, but anything that any Grail that I bring back will be something that I can free up for the other one, so... Skeleton Songs is my go-to for the Beguiling Melody. Now, you know what? I'm going to leave that aside because I might run out of desks. So my Beguiling Melody will actually be a product of music. You know what? Let's play the organ. So Humors of a Gentleman will give me Gossip. That is a case where I need to use my my book. Red Book of Brittany for Satisfaction. Okay, and then one last pass, and this would be for Rose stuff. Now, right off the bat, I'm actually going to try... a little something with the music. The Wistful Air should give us some Rose. Now, interestingly enough, it is a secret threshold. That's the only one that's left in terms of Rose that we aren't already getting somewhere else. Okay, so in a minute we'll have all of the components that we need to level up. Ideally the 2, but we'll see how the numbers work out. As far as how do I spend the rest of my elements of the soul, you know what? We can spam the places to get things, even though it's basically going to mean that I wind up with a whole bunch of... it's gonna give me a bunch of liabilities to deal with later. What do I want to use? Yeah, Strings and Songs doesn't have Rose. Nope, but it does have Sky. Okay, so I think that's all the searching I can do. I know I can go for a swim, but that's just going to get me salt again. So, gardening time. We're in summer, so fragrant chalice in summer. Agave eterna. Moth orchid. Should probably take some time to interact with the bees. Let's go nuts with the gardening. I'm sure I'm going to run out of skills, but can I use crack track for this? That's cool. I get to talk, bug talk to the plants and they listen. I think I'm probably going to run out of skills before I run out of elements of the soul. I could go for the pears. Let's do trumpeters, Lily. Used to be that I was always behind on that. And yeah, we are well and truly tapped out on things to do. All right. That's fine. Now, the real problem with this is just going to be trying to find a place to put everything I get, but... All right, one more. Oh, that's the problem. The default is Lapsang. Valentine de Wolf. Valentine de Wolf, 6th Baron Brankrug, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends, an inscription reads. In 1721, poor Valentine fell from the top of the Gullscry Tower. Perhaps it was his melancholia that killed him. There were no witnesses, and his body was not found for 3 days. His son Eels was in no fit shape to inherit, and so his daughter Ava became Baroness at the age of only 19. Okay. So again, I'm going to wind up with a heck of a lot more tea than I was planning on, but... Complete the order. Post a completed cater and hero order form. A noble paper in soothing green, Britannia lounges on her throne, a flaming hammer propped insouciantly across her knee. And the 7-pound note swirls in curlicues and solemn hues. Until recently, one could exchange banknotes for gold in the banks of the capital. A 7-pound note can still be exchanged for rarer metals in rarer places. So I never did follow up with that to see if maybe there's a way of getting Spintria, but... The postmistress signs and seals the order and places it in the place that stamped orders are properly placed. Wait 3 days, she commands. Okay, I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So we'll be earning some more money at the Sweet Bones after the current run. Ava DeWolf, this is the crystal called Scolasite, the wormstone, polished to chill smoothness. Baroness Ava, satirist selenary, herpetologist, and the last of the... Sorry, herpetologist. I'm always bad at... I know what it means, I'm just bad at pronouncing it, and I have a friend who actually gave me a little little turtle. Which I keep by my desk. That was where I first learned the word. I also like frogs, so. Ambrose Westcott, this bust is cast in brass. Investigate the object. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug and not everyone here knows their letters. Hello, Beefreefles. How are you doing? I'm feeling very, very tired today, so it's been a little bit of a journey to get up and running and be coherent, but we are here, and I am always going to enjoy Book of Hours. All right, so there's going to be a few texts which we've already read a few times, but I'm going to read them properly top to bottom, and then if we wind up rereading them, then I'll be a little more stingy. So 108, Ava DeWolf discourses on the fifth history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it, the great hooded princes, the Knocklong who ascended under the mother of ants, but now, so Ava claims, honor the horned axe. The great hooded princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this has given rise to a foolish tradition that the princes are habitual liars. Of course, in fact, truth flourishes when lies are slain. On the other hand, the princes do not say knowledge is power, but rather power is knowledge. Ava has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory, and suggests that although the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. Honey, the Comprehensive Guide. Harvey Haddington, pilot polymath confectioner, writes with great enthusiasm about the marvelous work of the bee. Haddington insists that all of the primary aspects, nectar, scale, heart, lantern, moth, grail, are possessed by bees and expressed in honey. Clearly he points out that there are only 6 primary aspects, as honeycomb has only 6 angles. One of the things I like the most about this detail... Sorry, just lost a pillow. One of the things I like the most about this is not just that there are only 6 primary aspects, but that 2 of them are ones that we would not associate with the aspects normally. So nectar and scale are considered to be very... like these are the ones that we would consider to be very primary ones. You know, nectar once upon a time would have been called blood, and I think scale tends to have... Actually, we can probably take the references directly here. Hard without, hard within, hard to rouse, harder to subdue what is left of the crude powers of the deep earth. And so, given the likely connections between the Carapace cross and bees, or at least a certain type of bee, it is interesting that 2 of the 6 are connected to the primary aspects. Whereas Knock... Now, actually, Knock is also interesting, because when you think of it, Knock doesn't have... So, like, the horned axe would be associated with a god from stone. Although, again, I guess it's not so much about the gods from stone as the Carapace Court. Well, then again, I guess there's the... Anyways, I don't want to go too far down that path. So what else? We got Heart, Lantern, Moth, Grail. Certainly some of the older ones. Edge isn't considered. I guess wasps would be the edge. Anyways, Ugal ink is prepared with these techniques, but so is Skinshuck mead, and only Skinshuck requires honey. Just as any beverage or foodstuff can be improved with the addition of honey, so any garden is improved with the presence of bees, even those bloody Blumberendi. I'm curious if there's a specific connection between the name Blumberendi and Duendi. And again, I'm not 100% sure on the pronunciations of these things, but I think the Duendi is kind of like a goblin or gremlin of some kind, and I don't know, just the similarity in terms of the name makes me wonder if there's a little bit of a connection. The Crossing to Noon, the mystic Garcia Sauri gives a picturesque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, Prince of Wines, and Ava de Wolf, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. For a long time, the Blackbone pondered her next move until the moon dared to peep from behind a cloud, and the prince completed his the composition of his third sestina, but the lady met the blind gaze of its open pores, waiting for the tide. Garcia Sauri acknowledges in an epilogue that it is widely known that Ava, in fact, tragically drowned herself and her twin infant granddaughters without ever making such a journey, but he adds contemptuously that it is also widely known that the city unbuilt will so remain, that only one history is ever written, and that Janus is a Mansus prank. The Humors of a Gentleman, Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. By the end of the first act, Mavelyn has revealed a secret door in the walls of the house to Leo, and Corvino has taken to consuming worms. The play is scabrous and occasionally hilarious. The characters are contrary and capricious. Many of the more resonant lines might well be formula of power disguised in plain sight. The Red Book of Brittany, a volume of inklore gifted to St. Brendan's by Brian of Brittany, who was made Earl of Cornwall after the Norman conquest. The red flower lies heavy, but the roots of the watchman's tree are constant. The red flower is described as a temptation of suffering, but its suffering can apparently be allayed with when the copper fruit is enspelled with nectar aspect alongside herbs and infusions techniques. A variant of the same approach, with inks of power techniques outlined here, can gentle Lethe into a great ink. And, come to think of it, I don't think we ever tried the Lethe recipe, but I suspect at this point we're going to try to combine our elements of the soul to bring that one home. The Temptations of Architecture, the antiquarian and nyctodromist Ambrose Westcott writes of the dangers of doors, with particular reference to a house in the Bounds named Treowin. No doubt they have come to regret the ambitions of their winding stair even now in Treowin. A silvery sea is unwisely visible from a rash window. Westcott explains that the wheel-locks, the charge holders of Treowin, have had recourse to dramatic measures to prevent oniric encroachment, removing the entire top floor of the building. Nevertheless, he writes, the business of the Moon Hall has begun to touch the other business of the house. And then we had our 2 bits of music, so I'll be humming this for a little while, and so will anyone else who happens by. A beguiling melody, a sweet enchantment of a song. And Bells and Braziers, Let It Rise in Head and Heart. Wistful air, a half sorrowful music of half pleasant longing. Okay, so decision time. Oh dear. All right. We're going to lose an element of the soul for tomorrow, but that's fine because we've got more elements of the soul than we know what to do with, so it'll probably be a fet that I lose anyway. And another revelation. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Now, the audience participation stuff is always a bit of a mixed bag for me, for the simple reason that I never really want people to feel like they're obligated to interact. I know a lot of people really like lurking in the broadcast, and I'm not really owed any kind of interaction with people, but I am kind of curious on these, so I'm going to take a slightly different angle. Are there any favorite authors among the Secret Histories authors among chat? So, there's sort of big names like Teresa Galmier and Christopher Alopoli that come up. There are sort of one-offs. So like CROD is probably a very memorable author, even though there's only one. And then, of course, there's overlap. So a number of the librarians are also the authors of certain texts. But I'm curious if there are any favorite authors and why in the setting. Ambrose Westcott. Ambrose Westcott, first librarian of Hush House, metallurgist, alchemist, pyrographer. All right, let's get the levels on Sea Stories. So first up, we combine with Arab, and then we take our Edicts Inviolable. Now the key on this one is, because Sea Stories has Grail, we want to use the Satisfaction and the Beguiling Melody first. Now we use, because the remaining rows here doesn't help, now we use the Gossip. And at this point, we lock in the remaining memories. And what I'm going to do is I'll take the Intuition and Stolen Secrets first. And then as sort of the follow-up, now we start thinking about using the Memory Salt, Memory Contradiction. And I think it's fairly clear I'm not going to be able to level up Sand Stories at this point. We've got 5 and I need 2 here. Well, okay, there's a couple here that I could try and use, but I don't want to, so. There's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 9. Okay, so a little bit of a shame in terms of the 5 points, but we couldn't it was quite a bit to expect. So let's see what we can do with our sleep. So the confounding, all of these will work. So we'll dream on a memory and then leave the rest. And then I'm gonna have to find places to store all this stuff. Hush house, more like greenhouse. All right. So really, at this point, we're just kind of sticking them wherever I can find space. I would like, where I can, to be a bit thoughtful about this stuff, but I also don't want to agonize over it all day. So we'll make a new flower shelf here. Okay. Where I can, I'm trying to empty out Elopoli's nook, so I'm a little more reluctant to commit any flowers there. Looks like we don't have room on this side. So I used to try and put some up here, but I think we are full up. Although there might be a little space. Yeah. All right. You always want to carry the heavy stone, the granite slab, long cold volcano blood. You always want to make sure that that's dragged up to the tallest tallest tower you can manage. All right, whispering sand. Now there used to be whispering sand. No, it's still there. I wonder if I have any space. No. Which is weird because you'd think that this table would take it, but nope. The glasses of sand really annoy you when you're when it's late at night and you're looking to find a glass of water. Oh, actually, I've thought of something that I can do over the course of if I run out of things to do, one thing I might be able to try is... We got fear, gleanings from the darkness. But yeah, one of the things that I could try would be... I could try to make some candles and use those. The skill is now level 9, as power aspects have also increased. Alright, so again, a little bit of a shame that we couldn't get the 2 levels all at once, but I can settle. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed, so... Shopped for Reverend Timothy right away, although we know the first thing that we're doing is getting the five memories we wanted. So let's find another source for the confounding parable is the one I'm bringing with me overnight. Yes. So the wistful heirs is an option. Contradiction. This one will do the ascendant, I think. History of Inks should do for intuition. Let me just... So, 1 for the organ, 2, 3... 2 more. Let's do an almanac of entrances for the last... I can never remember this one. I think it's... that might actually be at the top of the... Nope, apparently not. So that's got to be in the miscellaneous section then. AoE is not that hard to find, but... Alright, I'm stumped. Got advice on containment. Unless we don't have Almanac of Entrances in this collection. Oh, hang on, first of all. It's not in the special collection, is it? No. I thought I had a good filing system in terms of just generally knowing where certain books would be. But as is clear by the fact that I struggle to find... And it's usually the same books. The fact that I struggle to find one or two of them. And again, it doesn't help that I've got a beastie in the way. Okay, there is actually the possibility that I do not have Almanac of Entrances in this this playthrough, and I keep fooling myself. So Matters and Deeds of Serpents is the next one. All right, let's get to work. Also forgot to pay. It's a rainy day. That would have been good for leveling up sea stories, but didn't quite do the trick here. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once night is done. And the rain actually doesn't help me here, so set that aside. Now, let's get back to... Oops. Let's get back to our investigation. So Kitty Mazarine would be the second librarian. Nisha the Black, who was born of 3 nations and of none. Okay. The Ascendant, the Edgelong Dardesh, boasts of her victories over her brother enemy Tarag in the days of the Shadowless Empire. Sweeter than wine, than nectar is the blood of my brother. We have raised up armies one against another. We have sated the Blackbone with the sinking of our ships. Dardash's boasting at length turns melancholy, and Edgelong is half a dyad. She may not defeat her hated brother enemy without ending herself. She doesn't even want to, but she is aware, to her frustration, that she is a piece on the board, an axle on the ox cart, an essential part of the eternal engine of contention which the Lionsmith and Colonel use to sustain the world. History of Inks, a legendary grimoire of exotic ink-making lore. The cover and some of the pages, unfortunately, are stained and crusted with something more like mucus than ink. The Incasta Maricat is refined from the liquor named Lethe in the presence of nectar aspect. The priestesses of the Knot have also learnt to brew Maricat in this wise, yet for the nature of their arts, their task may be easier. The history concludes with the admission that the Incastum named Orpiment Exaltant was once drawn from the veins of Forgelong. Thankfully, it seems, it can now also be refined from Iotic Essence using the techniques in the book, or with transformations and the jewel science. The Pale Lady and the Prince of Wines, an anonymous biography of Ava de Wolf, last of the de Wolfs, focused rather salaciously on her personal troubles and intrigues. Ava de Wolf is engaged to one Abraham Wheellock, but he leaves her at the altar. Furious and humiliated, she returns to Brankrug and is not seen in London again. 3 days after her departure, Abraham's wheellock's body is washed up near Gravesend. His face is so badly pecked by birds that he is only identified by his belongings. These include a waxed pouch containing a letter addressed to Wheellock, whose contents seem to show that he is a spy in the pay of the Austrians. Subsequent investigation suggests that the letter is a forgery, but the matter remains obscure. Lord Franklin Bancroft, sometimes called the Prince of Wines, begins a series of visits to Brankrug House. His relationship with Ava becomes a source of scandal. Ava is by now 49, but rumors persist for years of a DeWolf Bancroft heir. Ava's biographer claims that before her drowning death, her child by Bancroft was adopted by her friends the Southies, that the child became the sister of the later poet laureate Robert Southey. No real evidence is provided in support of this claim. Okay, on the Matters and Deeds of Serpents. This is probably the Prophecies of the Naga, rendered into English and illustrated by William Midnight in Paris in the 1880s, but it shows a number of divergences from that text. It's certainly quite recent by the standards of VAC texts. The serpent folk called the Great Hooded Princes came to know the order called the House of Leith and warred across the miles with them. They made an alliance with the Mother of Ants, whose children they had been. The text describes how the Great Hooded Princes escaped, or will escape, from the fifth history where they had died, or were doomed to die. They engaged in a secret conquest of the land of the Great River called India in some histories, and have ensured that all other conquests of that land are false conquests. So, secret threshold, it's not easy to draw our own doors, but it's not impossible. And finally, our organ music. One can cook with bitter black salts. Oh, that's a shame. But only if one uses them very sparingly, so I should have paid closer attention to what I was making. But we still... Nope, we're actually one short. No, we've got the 5. Apparently I can't count. So we'll wait the 19 seconds and move on. And then for the bitter black salts, we are kind of running out of space, but this should do the trick. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So we're going to change things up a little bit here. Right now, I have more money than or more elements of the soul than what I need to do with. Technically, I have more money than I know what to do with as well, but I'm buying a lot of tea that I didn't really need. So I'm basically I'm just going to spam the elements of the soul into the sweet bones until it looks like I'm running short. Kitty Mazarine, second librarian, musician, composer, one-time placé, almost French, almost Spanish, or almost American. This bust is carved from black limestone. I don't need to listen to the everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Solomon Husher. This bust is the palest white marble. The Very Reverend Solomon Husher, third librarian of Hush House. Nothing is a place. Everything ends. The fourth librarian. Fraser Strathcoy, this bust is shaped from beeswax. Careful with it. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. I could help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brankrug and not everyone here knows their letters. Fraser Strathcoyne, the collector, formerly treasurer of the Curia, and briefly, in the absence of other candidates, and to his annoyance, 4th librarian. On to Natalia Brulot, who was denied victory, though never defeated. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Also, I keep talking about how I'm going to commit the memories, but I keep reading the stories of the librarians. As it happens, I do want to focus on William Harries, so we are going to take a minute and have an intermission before we go further. This bust is cast in iron. Natalia Brulot, 5th librarian, duelist, mystic, traveler. Okay, so we're going to take Sand Stories, level that up. So, Edicts Inviolable. Confounding Parable, we can use the Gossip, I guess. In fact, we can set aside the Confounding Parable. And for that. At last, I am something of an authority in this. Improve the skill to level 6. And I do want to reorganize a little bit. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. The skill is now level 6. Its power aspects have also increased. Okay, of wandering tribes, watchful vagabonds, and winged devourers. I'm gonna be really annoyed if Sand Stories is the key to my woes, and we're gonna try the hypothesis. I should have a leftover, so we can do Confounding Parable here. Porphyrion and I was a little optimistic, but you never know. Okay. Let's go back to our task. So Willem Harries is the first of 2 busts that I wanted to do this little trip down memory lane with. Nisha with a plaque, who brought a key long lost. Hush House key, heavy enough that it takes both hands to turn, heavy enough to brain someone, though you'd need both hands for that too. Oh, we're already done the day. I think we only have one more day left in summer, so if I can clear out the Grand Ascent, that would be best. This bust is cast in highly polished bronze. William Harries, 6th librarian, priest, and nyctodromist, whose end has always remained obscure. Okay, after Harries, we get There's a Blake. So this would be the end of the Curia period. I suspect I forgot to... Oh, here we go. And we can have one more chat with Reverend Timothy. So if our petition for Numa is like if that's a little bit more determinate than the text of the game seems to suggest, what I would like to do is bring a memory that's sort of relevant to the leveling up that I'm going to do overnight. So I'm not going to focus too much on eking out every last well, yeah. I mean, I don't want to go overboard in terms of the prep, but we'll do our best. Like, if I don't think I'm going to have a whole lot to do in the last day of summer, so probably doesn't hurt to at least take a look. Okay, Nisha the Plaque, who dwells still in the three-flowered tree. There's a Blake, 7th Librarian, Mistress of Woodlore, Squanderer of Fortunes, Giver of no dams whatsoever. Anisha the Black, who served 2 masters as best he could. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to do, but we'll let nature run its course. Sir David Green, 8th Librarian, former Nocturnal Branch Superintendent, better known for rooting out mysteries than illuminating them. And as they used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. I wonder what that ticking portends. Okay. Speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. And I think really it's just a question of continuing to work with the busts. So we've got David Green, now on to Brian Levinson. Anisha the Plaque, who saw his fate and did not shirk it. I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. And Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. I should be making some money too. Brian Levinson, 9th Librarian, Painter, and Doctor, who never returned from the Western Front. Anisha the Plaque, who departed but did not forget. This bust is carved from alabaster. Serena Blackwood, 10th Library. Thank you very much for resubscribing, Lord Gloom. That's a streak that you were on as well. Yes, we're back onto the main save. I will be returning to the one that I did on the 9th. I don't recall if you were around for the reasoning, but I will read the text of Solomon's preparation, also known as Preparation H. Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep to close his ears to the sound of the waves. But on the 9th of January, 1838, a heavy snow fell on Hush House. When the other residents dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left a resignation letter and an undrunk measure of his preparation. So I sort of feel like January the 9th, you have to do a run of Book of Hours no matter what, and I figured rather than do the main save on a day when people are not used to me streaming, I would do a separate one. But yeah, this is the fully unlocked save, and there's also it gives you a little more detail about what's special about the 9th if you do something to the preparation, but I figure that can be a little something you can find on your own if you are so inclined. I incidentally have not seen you online the last little while. It's probably because I've been putting a bit less time into Twitch, but I don't know what you've been playing lately. But for those of you looking for another streamer to watch, and definitely I'm sleepy and lightheaded enough that I don't blame you for looking elsewhere, but that's not exactly that's definitely not what I sorry, I'm totally I just blanked out. But yeah, sorry, if you are looking for someone to entertain you on Twitch, we found Lord Gloom through Cobalt Core, which is a really wonderful deck building roguelike published by Brace Yourself Games. It is in fact by the people who made Sunshine Heavy Industries, Rocket Rat Games. But I've actually quite enjoyed watching Lord Gloom, even independent of Cobalt Core, and more importantly, has actually just become a nice sort of not to put any pressure on, but like somebody I'm actually very happy to see stop by the stream every once in a while, right? When you see somebody who's a broadcaster, they're a broadcaster, right? You normally associate them with the sort of stuff that they watch. And so, I'm obviously happy to see any regular, name. We've got Cured and Befreefuls. The other names in chat right now are also people who regularly come up. But it is also kind of nice, when you like somebody's stuff, to see them visit the channel, just because, you like their stuff. All right, so you're bouncing around, getting back into the art streams more. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. You actually said, I think the last time you raided, you'd been doing an art stream as well. And you are trying to find more time for that Rouge Trader game. Also, no relation to that Star Wars Rouge 1 movie. But oddly enough, related to Le Noir, which I happen to know is The Black. Rockstar Games' take on French mystery films. Yeah, being completely ridiculous. Although, if I really wanna have fun with this, there are the three flowers of the Watchman's Tree, red, white, and black. So we can say that Rouge Trader, even though it is Rogue Trader, Rouge Trader is the red flower, and Le Noir, with Detective Cole, is the black flower. So what would be the white flower? I'm trying not to look at the Steam list. Just trying to think what... The best would be if I could get Blanc of some kind, to keep with the crummy French. Okay. This is completely idiotic, but... I am actually going to take the time to look. Valkyria Chronicles Edelweiss is pretty prominent there. I don't think I've ever played. I don't think I've heard of that, actually. I have heard of Valkyria Chronicles. I just Edelweiss I'm not familiar. Um, Call of Duty Blank Ops 2. No, that's actually Black Ops, so that one could be the Neon White. Oh, I didn't. Okay, I didn't actually know there was one called Neon White. I actually also have. Oh, actually, this is a good one because this has an odd relation. So Neon White would be a good one, and then the one that I should have thought of, Occupy White Walls, which has a weird connection to Book of Hours for me. But it's actually a really wonderful little art curation game, which if you've not checked it out, it is free to play, and I think is very much worth it. Neon White's a cool game. It is a speedrunning FPS. I'm assuming probably not like Mirror's Edge though, right? All right, Serena Blackwood, this bust is carved from alabaster. Serena Blackwood, 10th librarian, a redoubtable scholar and administrator who quarreled with the prison governor and never completed her term. And Gervenius Van Loren, remembering that we want to work out the relationship between him and Harry's. In some way, they seem to be the same person. Half puzzle, half parkour FPS. All right, I should check it out. It's not 100% the sort of thing that I normally play, but I think some of the fun is to go outside of your comfort zone and to try out new things. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Now, again, we're getting kind of close to an ending in terms of this game, but I did want to just take a second to remind people, if you have any questions about the game, I realize that this is quite different from when I was playing the new save. So I have a lot more open, but that also means that there are some opportunities as well. So, for instance, Cured was asking, is it possible for things from Oriflammes to come back after they go through? And the answer to that is yes, and that's not even speculation. That is actually directly said inside of the game. So one of the things that's kind of nice about this save is that unlike any of the others that I'm working on, this has all of the rooms opened. I have all of the books cataloged and read. And so if I need to refer to something or if I need to check something out, it's not just that I have immediate access to it and I can refer to the exact words that the game uses, but I also have the opportunity to, I've got this spare time, right? We're really just waiting for the next Numa to arrive. And so, it's a good time for me to answer questions that would require sort of an appeal to the contents of the game. Whereas if, it's a little bit more, you want to have something that's a bit more basic, sometimes there is a benefit to asking questions in the face of constraints. Because I don't know about you, but actually, so this is one of the funny things. I have both read, but I've also thought a lot about creativity, and I have opinions about it, and this always sucks because nobody asks my opinion about creativity. This is one of the terrible things, is that you can put some effort, you can try and do the work, but creativity is one of these things that I think either people sort of feel that they have, or they feel that it's something that can't be taught. And so I don't get as often a chance to talk about it because just I'm not the sort of person that gets asked very often, where do your ideas come from? Although every once in a while I will hear, it's like, that's a really cool idea. And I'm ready if someone ever asks, where did that come from? But I have always found that probably the things that I am the most satisfied with, and the things that really feel like they click, very often kind of come from some form of a constraint. And on top of that, I've often felt that it can be complementary with another thing. So there are two things that seem to be fairly reliable ways to generate interesting ideas, even if they require some polish and even if they keep going on it. It's something that I've actually found is a pretty well-worn path to sort of making something from nothing, almost. Although that's kind of wrong because I'm about to describe the components. But one of them is a constraint. So working around a constraint, working around a problem. And there's actually a whole book about that called A Beautiful Constraint, and it does I think a pretty good job of articulating some of the reasons why that happens. But the other one I tend to find is that usually the clash of two ideas, even if they're ones that don't necessarily seem to be things that relate to each other, but it's usually just kind of a couple of ideas coming together, or sometimes you'll have an idea and you just run with it in a completely different direction. Those also tend to produce things that I'm kind of happy about. So, like, here's a good example, and one thing that makes me a little unhappy about this is that it does, to a certain extent, involve kind of a gimmick. But I have tended to find, I think there's probably a side of me when I was in like grade school that wanted to please people a little too much. And so I sort of developed a reflex to go off the beaten track in terms of prompts for things. But the thing is that it's actually also kind of fun to not go for the obvious. So like, there's one of the global game jams, one of the prompts in the, like, I didn't attend this global game jam, but there was like a prompt list of previous prompts. And one of the ideas for the game jam they suggested was running out of power. And like this really does lend itself to a number of different types of games, right? You know, sometimes, I mean, there's the old Vonnegut saying of even if you want to write a story, introduce conflict, give someone a want and prevent them from getting it. It's like even a character completely paralyzed by the meaninglessness of existence is going to want a glass of water at some point. So, you already have the beginnings of a pretty good. It doesn't have to be a story, but like you can see how a game about recharging a battery, or you get a limited number of turns, or any number of different ways. You could actually argue that Frostpunk, to a certain extent, could be. You could argue that Frostpunk is a really highly polished version of the prompt running out of power, right? If you don't get enough coal, if you don't keep the tower running, you're in trouble. But the thing is that to me, those are the obvious answers. And what I kind of like is that usually when I see a prompt like that, there will be sort of two tracks that run in my head. And one is to sort of understand what a normal person will think is natural to come out of that prompt, right? So it's all the battery stuff, it's the, finite number of moves, it's so on and so forth. But then there is, to me, the obvious stuff, but obvious that nobody else is looking for. To a certain extent, it's almost this effort to try and find the really obvious good ideas, although not everything I find is a good idea, that are sort of hiding in plain sight that people don't pick up on. And for me, running out of power, the obvious one for me was a game about a lame duck government, right? You're a prime minister that is trying to sort of pass his legacy in the lame duck session, where you sort of know, I guess prime ministers don't have term limits, but president or whatever. But like basically a political figure in the lame duck session trying to pass their legacy. And this also lends itself to, to conflict and the sorts of things that make for good games. But I think very few people would take the prompt running out of power and think of politics. In fact, one of my favorite comments from some of the Game Jam stuff that I have somebody who kind of I got to talk to a few times. One sort of, at the end of one of these things, stopped me and sort of, we were talking about ideas, and he says, like, all of your ideas are really political, but not in the way people normally think of politics, like, the boring parts of politics. And I'm like, well, yeah, but they're interesting to me. Like, they're not boring game ideas. But they're definitely the mechanics of politics that don't always get examined. Like, if you think of civilization, right, you can have a country go from a republic to, a fascist dictatorship to, a corporate utopia to communism. And the people have absolutely no say about it, when of course history is all about the conditions under which people have had some say about it. And again, this is all great stuff for games potentially. So anyways, that's one of these cases. Again, you don't want to go. The thing about this is you never want to try too hard, right? Like, there are those efforts at being creative where you grab two chickens and just like bang their heads together and dye your hair a weird color and and dress in, I don't know, an Anglican priest's outfit, and then you declare that you're creative. And that's, I mean, again, to each their own, but like, there's nothing really coherent or interesting about that. Whereas, you can see, like I said, to each their own. But, the idea here is that when my favorite always is, there's twofold. So one is sort of like, want to try and find that gem that's kind of hiding in plain sight, but also in particular that when you say the idea to someone, they smile. That is like the number one reason why I will ever talk about a game idea with someone. Because again, there's a thousand ideas in the world. Nobody cares about a game idea. People just want to play the game as is. And, so I try not to talk about the ideas too much unless it's a context in which we talk about game ideas. But yeah, there is absolutely that side where I really want to see the smile. And it's especially the ones where like people aren't willing to say that it's a good idea, but there is that look and you totally know that you have them when you see that look. That's the best one. So, because even people who hate you will betray the fact that you had a really good idea for that split second. Not that you should spend a lot of time talking with people that hate you, but yeah, those are probably some of the big drivers. But again, like, you also don't want it to be too try hard, because there can be this absolutely unsmiling process of like laboring away, yelling at your brain, have an idea. So that's usually where reading a lot and trying to put stuff together goes. But of course, it's also reading stuff that makes you really envious. So like, I've picked up the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen again. Never seen the movie, but I have read the comic. I have an omnibus edition now. And like, that is one of those ideas where as soon as I looked at it, I was like, oh, that's a really good idea. I wish I thought of that. And then the way they come up with book 2 and raise the stakes is just really, really, really smart. So yeah, I'm definitely a big fan of that series. But that's a good example of the sort of thing that ideally you want to try and find if you either have, and again, like I said, sometimes it's the combination of two possibly opposing, but at the very least disparate ideas. But what's funny is that sometimes that can also be a source of constraint. So in that sense, they're not necessarily different paths so much as very often they just kind of seem to be different examples of something that I'm running into. And even then, like 9 times out of 10, it's sometimes just trying to work out, half of it just seems to be like doing the pick and shovel work, right? It's like, okay, I got to go from point A to point B. what's the most normal way of doing it? You know, well, the most normal way of doing it is probably a cliche, and cliche sucks. Or you're like, how do I do this in a not cliche way? Well, now you've got your constraint, right? You have the easy way of doing it, but the easy way is boring. So what you try and do is you try and come up with something a little bit different. And again, it's not different for the sake of being different. It's different for the sake of knowing that the first idea that came into your head, if it was a cliche, is a terrible idea. So you move on from that. But like I said, I've spent too much time talking about creative things when nobody asked. So, Gervenius van Loren. The bust is cast in highly polished bronze. Gervenius van Loren, 11th librarian of Hush House, an enigmatic recluse and reluctant ally of the Suppression Bureau, as skilled at closing ways as his predecessor Harry's was at opening them. It's also worth noting, cast in highly polished bronze, both are knock. I wonder what happens if you try to commit with Van Loren and Harry's, who returned to complete what he began, and who brought a key long lost. Okay. So now we are going to check out the Violet Chamber. In the days of the DeWolfs, this chamber was reserved for the lady of the house. Later, the librarians Willem Harries and Gervenius van Loren both preferred it to the librarians' quarters. Harries established a little shrine to St. Agnes in the far corner, and there it remained for many years until Van Loren ordered it removed. Chair of Challenges. Here the librarian Harry sat to formulate the paradoxes he would bequeath to Van Loren. You come here for the long off-topic rants. See, the funny thing is that they're always on topic in my head. It just happens to be that there's a very long road that takes us from where it becomes on topic and then it becomes firmly off topic. But I'm glad that they're appealing to some of the relatively new people to the stream as well. I appreciate that. The scenic route from point A. Exactly, the non-cliche route from point A to point B. I don't suppose you've ever seen the TV show Patriot, have you? You've not, okay. It's Amazon Prime. It's quite good. It concerns itself with the transport of things from point A to point B. That's a distinct plot point. Perhaps the faintest, driest voice murmured, "Who will see the second dawn?" Or perhaps that was only something that I once read. The Shelong of Conclusions. Here the librarian Van Loren lay to ponder the paradoxes he had inherited from Harry's. I feel like maybe I should be using knock. Well, there's also Grail that I could use. I don't know if it's Shay or Shay's long. I believe this just means long chair, but I'm not so good on the pronunciation. I would have originally said Shay's, but I haven't heard someone say Shay, so. And I suppose the long chair might mean that Cosley is coming to have a sit, so. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Perhaps the faintest, driest voice murmured, "The librarian that comes after is not the librarian." Or perhaps that was only something that once we read. Timothy, no. It's gonna make him the librarian, but the other Timothy. All right, let's have a chat. So there's another thing related to Harry's, well, specifically Harry's. We're gonna check out the key again. Serena Blackwood herself forged this key. I'm tired of losing it, she said. Oh, now that's interesting. So that would mean Willem Harries was not the one to... So what's the key that Harries brought then? Oh, there's Almanac of Entrances. Ah! Okay. More Harry's and Van Loren material. Serpent-styled glass. Carved snakes writhe down the frame. A prominent inscription reads, "To the librarian Gervenius, in earnest of our wager." This would normally be the first one we find, but I'm actually going to start with Harry's. So, carved snakes writhe up the frame. A prominent inscription reads, "To the librarian Willem, in earnest of our wager." Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Inscription is repeated on the base of this sand glass in Sanskrit, and indeed the style is Eastern, though I think somewhere further than India. So I remember there's the so it's the Hooded Princes that I think have created this, and I'm pretty sure that's established at some point. So serpent-style glass, carved snakes writhe down the frame. A prominent inscription reads, "To the librarian Gervenius, in earnest of our wager." There are other busts for us to check out, but I wanted to follow this thread on the librarians first. Although, just in anticipation of a possible Numa, because we did request it, let's take a minute here and see... Oh, God. I think I might have rendered my old plan. My old plan might be unworkable now. Okay, so Sand Stories is 6 of 7, so I'm not actually quite ready to... Not ready to commit that yet. Anbury and Lapidary ideally is 6, and Purifications and Exaltations is 7, or the other way around. Okay, yeah, so no, those are the two. And I think I actually said that I was going to try and break a 5, so I guess Anbury and Lapidary is the one that I break up now, because everything else has kind of leveled up. I'm going to need to have a think on that. But Purifications, so Anbury and Lapidary, Forge and Sky, so we should be able to take the Confounding Parable with that. Purifications and Exaltations, I think, is Lantern and Forge? Lantern and Sky. Okay, nope, Sky for both. And Sand Stories, we already know, Rose and Moon. Although I will verify that just because I have a tendency to forget. Yes. Okay. So, I mean, at this point, I don't worry too much about new memories, right? We've got what we... Oh, actually, sorry, there is one other thing that I can do. So, right now, we have the 3 rulers, and as tempting as it is to do this, this is not relevant to any of the other memories that I'm considering. So... in preparation, let's try and find something with ideally Lantern, Sky, and Forge, but we'll see if that's on the menu or not. Final Understanding gives me close to what I want. So that comes from Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic, 2nd edition. And again, we did petition for Numa, so I don't know if the game's going to let me do that, you know, time over time over time. An Almanac of Entrances, a handbook of sealed and unsealed byways and shortcuts through the bounds, compiled by Willem Harries in the 1860s during his term as Librarian of Hush House. Harries discusses the role played by the Legion de Sul and Company of the Wolf and Gold in warding the bounds against outside influences. He warns that bounds travelers may themselves be considered outside influences. The Mansis is Ys lacks walls. Ys and the Mansis have both their gates, and there may be no gate without a wall. Thus the paradox resolves, as all those who walk and dream will learn. But the wood has neither gate nor wall, and so it is the wood whose roots may creep after us into the hours of our waking. Letters to my successor, advice from Gervenius van Loren, 11th Librarian of Hush House, to the one who will come after him. Some of the advice is practical. Don't worry about losing the house key. Always close the seaward windows. Make sure you feed the cockatoo. Much more of it is rarefied, specifically about the Inks of Revelation, and some of it relates to Van Loren's own doom. When I was another, I made a foolish wager with the hooded princes to solve 7 riddles. I had not realized the riddles would be set by me for the one I would become. 6 are resolved. The 7th will be the end of me. It waits now in the cellar of the jail, where Collars still believes I can keep it confined. But the first riddle told me that I would not see the second dawn. And again, the inscription is repeated on the base of the sand glass in Sanskrit, and indeed the style is Eastern, though I think somewhere further than India. Now, I'm trying to remember, there was a book that talked about the librarians. Yeah, here we go. The Limian Burzgash makes a series of prophecies regarding the initiates of the House of Silence with intricate, if unhelpful, predictions on their passage through the house. Where were we? I have a free consider verb open. Let's take a look at whatever remaining items I can. Oops. So we should be able to get maybe 2 or 3 more objects viewed before the end of the day. Reference image. This is no kind of reference for conventional medicine. The junction points of the soul are clearly marked. Okay, now on to the librarian's quarters. So, pale bust, a delicate-featured young woman. An inscription reads, Abra Southie. Don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. Okay, so I want to be a little more careful with whatever I am committing elements of the soul to, because if it takes a minute, I'm not going to get it back in time. I am going to rest on the confounding parable. All right, the road to Janus. The Limian Burzgash makes a series of prophecies regarding the initiates of the House of Silence with intricate, if unhelpful, predictions on their passage through the house. The 6th initiate is priest and key, gate and church. He shall cross the sea and open the tide. He shall not be the 11th, yet there shall be 7 between them. In the year of his time, the flower door is opened. The 12th initiate is Salvation and Rack, steed and rider, who chooseth one blossom of 3, who casteth away the key, and whom the key shall not cast away, who comes after the flame and before the snow. So again, we've got a few ideas that we know here. So 6th initiate I would take is Willem Harry's. Now, what interests me here is it is a reference to the key. Now, I was under the impression that the Hush House key was was the key that was Harry's, but it very clearly says that it was Serena Blackwood. So that kind of leaves me scratching my head a bit. When it talks about there being 7 between them, I am assuming this is the reference to the riddles. I do kind of need to work on the flower door being opened. Maybe I'll take a quick minute and see what there is about the Earl's U. But yeah, Priest Gate and Church, I probably need to spend some time thinking on a bit. He shall cross the sea and open the tide. Again, not 100% sure on that, although there is obviously references to openings and Harry's that we've seen elsewhere. He shall not be the 11th, yet there shall be 7 between them. Then the 12th initiate, so this is us, Salvation and Rack, Steed and Rider, who chooseth one blossom of 3, who casteth away the key, and whom the key shall not cast away, who comes after the flame and before the snow. Earl Brian's Field. Brian is another one of those leitmotif names that recur all through Brankrug's Lost Histories. This one was Brian of Brittany, who was named Earl of Cornwall by King William after the conquest. In 1068, the sons of the deposed King Harold mount raids on Cornwall, and Brian funds the construction of a fortified gate and the Watchman's Tower, initially in wood to protect the abbey. In return, the abbey gives shelter to a yew tree he's brought from Brittany that flowers in divers colors. This is that tree, hollow now and rotting slowly from within, taking its time to die gracefully. It is not flowered in living memory, and the colors of its flowers cannot now be told, but Brian's brothers were called Alan the Red and Alan the Black. Now, obviously, there is a difference between this tree and this tree. So, I don't want to draw too much from that. The Earl's yew. Since the conquest, this has been waiting for you. The irreverent might even call it a yew tree. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. I've been meaning to use a chronsichord. The bust bears a slight but definite resemblance to the many depictions of the notorious Ava de Wolf, but surely Ava only bore a son, and her granddaughters died young. I should have tried giving this to Franklin Bancroft when he visited. A half-faceless face. Alright. Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic, 2nd edition, or Refinements of Light. The Refinements of Light. Julian Cosley had never wanted or expected to write a 2nd edition of his masterwork. Julian Cosley long regarded Solomon Husher as a charlatan, but his friend Nina Lagasse painted 3 paintings before her death in 1895, and these paintings apparently convinced Cosley to change his mind. With considerable irritation, he revised his magnum opus. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal. Cosley had always championed history rather than eternity, the exceptions, limitations, contradictions of freedom. But Husher's and Lagasse's work convinced him to believe in the paradox of the eternal ending, and means in which perfection might be reconciled with freedom. He's not happy about it. This is perhaps the angriest book ever written in support of a peaceful philosophy of acceptance, but Cosley was always scrupulous about his conclusions. A final understanding. Eternity and history cannot be reconciled. Freedom cannot be perfection, not unless we understand the paradox of the eternal ending, and only in certain histories is that paradox possible. So I always think there's a relation to Solomon Husher in this. Afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Sorry, just give me 1 second here. Okay. I could actually share this. So the university I went to, somebody posted this in my alma mater on the subreddit. Do you find being educated makes it harder to interact with your uneducated family? Whether it's climate change, vaccines, or any given human rights issue, my family always has the worst takes from years of random alt-right propaganda. They think I've been brainwashed by the leftist academic institutions, but I've just learned how to use a tiny amount of reasoning. Now look, I don't exactly have a lot of sympathy with this person's family, but this strikes me as very close to the sort of person who reads articles about like how to debate your family members at Thanksgiving. So I did have to offer, I find my overwhelming sense of smugness is the greater impediment to productive conversation. I'm reasonably happy that this is one of the first times my sarcasm has been appreciated online, because usually I just get angry people. Yeah, well, I mean, like, my view of this is that, like, you don't, like, if you're the one who's looking up the debate tips for Thanksgiving, you don't, you're the one who is ruining Thanksgiving. A half-faceless face. A mask to fit a face. I've also heard that apparently the whole stereotype about Thanksgiving being like a really argumentative period is overblown. But then, like, I don't have big family Thanksgiving, so I couldn't speak from experience anyway. A half-faceless face. A mask to fit a face that at the very least, began as human. Soft melancholy lingers in its single eye. Trying to work out. I mean, stuff just isn't included at random in this game for sure, but I'm trying to get a read on the face, although the Harry's and Van Loren stories probably the one I'm following, and I shouldn't play with the twin fish stone because chances are we're going to need the elements of the soul. Okay. We're at the threshold of Numa, the labyrinth season, the season that lasts only a single day. When Numa ends, all memories will vanish with it. So, this is good to know. So, while the game sort of specifies, you know, no guarantees, it does seem to be that we can bring, as long as we're willing to pay for it, we can reliably bring Numa. Now, in fairness, right, like, there's always... It's a sample of 2, you know, there's always the chance that we just got lucky. But, I don't know, I feel like it's a... a reasonably good guess that, oh dear, did I forget to charge my pen? Just give me a second here. All right. I'm so glad I brought my tablet, but didn't charge the pen for it. That's fine. I can work this out on in an Excel sheet. It just means I'm not going to be looking at chat for a little while because I want to have that in the other screen. So essentially what I want to do for Numa, I'm looking to crack the, I think it was level 5 I said. But I'll be able to confirm that in a minute. So first thing that would be helpful is to define what my targets are. So it seems to me that I need to get sand stories up to... Actually, you know what? Let me just take a piece of paper. We'll do this the old-fashioned way. So we need to get sand stories up to level 7. So that's going to be...
I never want to belong to any club that would have someone like me for a member.
Oswin Meow, thank you very much for the follow, and how are you tonight? I'll just caution you that I normally write on a tablet, but unfortunately the battery on my pen's not working, so I'm going to be jumping between a few menus on my window. If I'm not fast at replying, that's just because I probably have my chat covered up. But thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing tonight? And I'm assuming you must have found the channel through Book of Hours. Are you enjoying the game yourself, or are you checking out Book of Hours? Because we're quite far into the playthrough, but I'm happy to talk about the approach or anything else that you might have questions about. Okay, so for sand stories, we need... Yep, let's see. So that was the moon and the rose. Now, the one part that's a little more tricky for today, although maybe it might turn out in the end, is Anbury and Lapidary and Purifications and Exaltations. So Anbury, I believe, is Forge and Sky. And then Purifications and Exaltations. Now, one important part of my decisions here is that specifically what I am looking to do is have between Anbury and Lapidary and Purifications and Exaltations, I want 1 in 6 and 1 in 7. So Purifications and Exaltations, I believe, was Sky and Lantern. Yep. So because the two have a common sky between them, this means that, what I could do is I could find, I think there's more Lantern opportunities than Forge opportunities if memory serves. Although both have sight and touch, so that's nice. I get a 30-second memory for those if it comes down to it. But yeah, so the trick here is going to be one of these needs to get upgraded once, and then the other one needs to get upgraded twice. So the easy thing for me to do right now is just work out with sand stories how I'm going to move that up, and that's where I get to the spreadsheet here. So, oh, actually, there's one other thing that I wanted to take a look at. So I believe I was going to try breaking a 5 this time, but I can't break one that hasn't been committed to the Tree of Wisdoms. So my options here are yeah, basically the ones that I want to upgrade. All right, well, that just gives me something to think about, doesn't it? So if we did purifications and exaltations for this, we would gain 13 many-faceted lessons. So was I going to try 6 instead then? Gives me 19. Okay, I'm probably... Let me see if I can remember what I tried last time. Putrefactions and calcinations was 3. Lockworks and clockworks at the time was 4. I guess it's still 4. So by that reasoning, I probably want to work with the 5. Okay, so let's pretend for a minute that I was going to do Anbury as the one that breaks. So I'm trying to make a little more sense out of all these. Okay, so... So I'm just right now I'm working out my path to level all this stuff up. Okay. The other thing I need to make sure is that I don't overcommit. Okay, metal, 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 metal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So in theory for Anbury and Lapidary, I am counting on 5 metal, which I do have. I'm actually going to move those aside right now. So essentially what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to work out exactly what memories I'm going to use. So the idea here for Numa is there's a handful of things that I want to do right off the bat. So I want to go and work at the Sweet Bones and make a Spintria. If I can, I'd like to harvest all of the different items, for the rare Numa items. Although, if there are other opportunities for me, I want to take those as well. But the biggest thing right now I want to focus on is trying to get as many skills leveled up as I can. And part of, there's a little bit of a game that I need to play in terms of just generating memories. So I already have sort of a starting... I kind of have a starting lineup of memories that I can put towards, towards this leveling up. But part of it comes down to this idea that there are these 1-minute windows in which I'm generating memories which will be used into the next phase. And one of the nice things at the start is when I break up something like Anbury and Lapidary, I spend the first few rounds sort of rebuilding it. So that's a little bit easier for me to handle. But the one thing I do want to do, because I have these 1-minute windows in which I'm generating memories, what I want to try and do is make sure that the consider verb is always being used for something, whether that's to level up, Anbury and Lapidary, whether that's to level up, one of the other things that I'm looking for. And then, of course, the other thing that I want to keep in mind is that there is going to be an end to that strategy. And so I also want to figure out, once everything is said and done, once I've sort of dealt with all of the challenges for the season, what am I going to do about, what am I going to do with any leftovers? Because, the last thing that I want to do is wind up worse off than when I started. So that's one of the reasons we did this last time during Numa. I don't want to spend as much time as last time planning things out for Numa because we do have some efficiencies that we learned from the last time. But this should be the last time I go into Numa to level up the stuff that I need here. So Sand Stories, we need 1 level for that. So okay, so we use Fet there, and then Purifications and Exaltations is kind of the big scary one. So that one is going to require 5 to level up to 6, and then 6 to level up to 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with a Faust. And finally, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Faust. All right. So total number of memories that I'm going to use off the bat, or like lessons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of the, I believe it said I'm going to get 13. Yeah, 13. So technically we have 5 left over, although I think it's pretty optimistic to say that we're going to be able to use all 5. We'll do our best, though. Next up, I want to work out roughly the timing. So we've got 2 for Anbury and Lapidary, so that's 1 minute. Another 2 for Anbury and Lapidary, so that's another 2. Last Anbury and Lapidary and Sand Story, so that's 3. And then finally Purifications and Exaltations, so that's 4 minutes. So 1 minute takes me sort of for the first period, 2nd minute takes me to midday, 3rd minute takes me to near sundown, 4th minute, and then we have overnight to take care of. So we actually have quite a bit of runway for this as well. So given what I know, I feel pretty confident in terms of the plan here. So we're going to take the first step, and that's to break Anbury and Lapidary. So if you don't know about this about Numa, you are actually able to unlearn things. So that brightness in the mist, is it the sun? It might be unwise to gaze into it. You can choose to forget almost everything you have learnt of this skill, since you haven't yet committed it to the Tree of Wisdoms. You'll gain 13 many-faceted lessons, 1 fewer than you spent to get this far, for though much abides, something is always taken. Many-faceted lessons can be used to upgrade any skill, but they always disappear at dawn. So that's going to take 30 seconds to digest. What we're going to do now is we're going to plan out exactly how all of this stuff is going to be leveled up. So the first observation that I will make is that everything Forge related is only workable with Anbury and Lapidary. So where I can, I want to just hammer that. I want to hammer that home as quickly as possible. So we will work out the plan accordingly. In fact, I'm gonna... How do I do this? There is no good way of doing this. So let's single out the forge stuff the old-fashioned way. Wow, just the earthquake name, huh? That's kind of funny, because I really thought we had more forge stuff the last time we did this. But there's no point in arguing about it. Okay, so the earthquake name gets us our first point of Anbury and Lapidary. Now that's a little inconvenient, because it means that we are committing quite a bit to try and get to that next level up front. That might mean that I have to give up some of my sky stuff. Although again, I'm willing to do it if it gets me where I need to go. So, earthquake name. Now the other thing I want to do real quick is work out Sand Stories, because Sand Stories is the only one that takes Moon and the only one that takes Rose. So Sand Stories, we can say Occult Scrap. Noombroom. Wormwood Dream. Horizon Sight. Old Wound. 5. Forbidden Epic. Now this is interesting. The Hive's Lament is not a song. Well, not a song in the traditional way. Like, it doesn't have any sky aspect. Okay. And an enduring reflection. So I'm wondering if I can do some... We only needed 6. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 already. Can I repurpose the Occult Scrap? No. The Noombroom? No. Although it's the most versatile, so maybe I'll set it aside. Wormwood Dream? No. Horizon Sight? No. Old Wound? No. Forbidden Epic? No. So I'll replace the Noombroom with an enduring reflection. Okay, so that's Sand Stories spoken for. Now, I have some options. Oh, sorry, I gotta move aside. Okay, so Anbury and Lapidary have got the metal taken care of. Purifications and Exaltations needs 2 Faust, and Sand Stories needs a Fet. I'm just going to go ahead and make the executive decision to say we're using the Faust for the uncanny labors. The inn is crowded with Numa's heralds and pilgrims, and they will be gone by morning. Until then, I could offer my services for payment. I might regret it. Okay. I think the first thing I want to do is make as much music as I can. Yeah, so Wistful Air for a start. Beguiling Melody. Cheerful Ditty is the next one that I need. Although the Hallowed Drum... You know, there's actually something about the hallowed drum I never really respected. This is true for any of the instruments, actually. I don't think I've done the Thunderskin's Paean before. But I can't get the Savage Hymn otherwise, so Savage Hymn takes less time. So I messed up with the Wistful Air. We've already got one of those. I think that's it for music, actually. I suppose the easy thing I could do would just be to mouse over the sky and double check I'm not missing any of the obvious ones, but yeah, I think that's it for our music. Okay, so Perugian Diaries is a good starting point if I'm looking for some if I'm looking for a cheerful ditty. Okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3. We got 4 sky on the way. Now, let's think about what kind of forge I can get. So, Foresight, Pattern, and Regret will do the trick there. So let's get those. Technically, the Foresight can also be used for purifications and exaltations. But Foresight we can get from the Bancroft Diaries. The Final Understanding works for anyone, so that's fine. Pattern, I think we can get from Advice on Containment. And the Regret our good old friend Keon at Abydos. Okay, so I'm just gonna do Forge. Oops. Forge. Okay. Now, I've kind of exhausted everything I need for the start, so the next thing that I want to work on is purifications and exaltations. So I'm going to focus on the lantern stuff first. No, that doesn't make sense, actually. Let's get a Solace and a Storm in first. So Traveling at Night Volume 2 gives us Solace, and then one of the Calyptra books, What Does Not Bark, I believe, gives us Storm. Although Apollo and Marsyas does as well. Okay, so Storm is accounted for, Solace is accounted for, Savage Hymn is accounted for, Confounding Parable, Cheerful Ditty, Beguiling Melody, and Wistful Melody, which I don't have on my list, but I know is a thing. We've already got the Foresight, the Pattern, and the Regret, so the remainder is the Lantern, which actually is the same as Forge. So Bittersweet Certainty and Revelation are the last two. So Glimmerings gives us the Bittersweet Certainty. And one of the Galmier works gives us Revelation, but I can never remember which one. Oh, it is A Light and Stolen Reflections, so it's my choice which one I want. Okay, so the other stuff that I could be doing right now would be using the workbenches to create certain memories. I think the big thing, though, is right now I'm okay with what I've got so far. I'm basically generating, I either have every memory that I can use, or I'm going to be generating every memory that I can use. Now, I don't have that much time left in the broadcast, but I kind of needed to go to the bathroom a while ago, and it hasn't gotten any better. So I'm going to take a small break, and while I'm at it, I'm going to resist the urge to make some tea, but I am going to just have a stretch. I'm going to clear my head, because I'm going to need to focus during Numa. And I'm going to refill my water. So I don't want it to be like a super long break, but it's going to be more than the bathroom is all I'm saying. So now would be a good time for you to maybe get up, have a stretch, get a glass of water. And when we are back, what we're going to do is, first of all, focus on getting the levels that we need for the skills inside of Numa. And then following that, any remaining lessons that we have, I'm maybe going to work out what are the skills that I'm most interested in terms of just, trying to get a leg up in terms of my ability to do certain things. And there's a lot of different ways that I can work that. It's actually kind of a tough call for me to work out exactly how I want to do that. I might also pick some of the flowers, but I kind of want to feel a little more secure in terms of my... Actually, there is one that I'll do. I'll take another Aglaophotis. But yeah, I don't want to commit too many elements of the soul off the bat, just because right now this is my source of memories, and I don't want to take too much for granted, because we do have an opportunity to just level up our overall repertoire, I guess, for lack of a better term. But yeah, I'm gonna take a minute, or a few minutes, get myself sorted out. And I encourage you all to take a small break while I am off doing my thing. See you in a little bit. Okay. My apologies for the wait. I am definitely feeling a little peppier though for just getting up and walking around. So I'll try and make up the difference in terms of the time. But again, one of the reasons I'm feeling a little off today is just my just the lack of sleep. So I want to try and respect the sleep schedule. Okay, so we are ready to unpause in Numa. I am gonna take some sort of extended pauses when I'm figuring out what elements of the soul I can commit, but I think I have the basics of our first few moves. The one thing I really want to do here is exhaust any of the options up here, if I can, by the end of Numa, just because they're already going away. But I don't want to recklessly lose them just because, I do actually need a game plan in terms of getting Anbury and So the number one priority is to get Anbury and Lapidary back to where it was before. And I've got a Clouds, which would be good for this group here, but we're oversubscribed now to getting Sand Stories up. Like, that's not a big thing. A matter of the Sanctuary Draft. In Numa, visitors will be concerned with matters of comfort, delight, and loss. And we have got Lord Franklin Bancroft himself, Raquel dilettante, infuriating prodigy, possibly dead, possibly real, and teacher of Deep Mandayak, incidentally. A conversation with Lord Franklin Bancroft. Thorough weather for this time of year. Definite weather. If there's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or you can just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. So I am curious about a couple of things. So the first question I would have would be the Southie. Okay, so on its own, that doesn't do anything. So the other thing I'm curious about would be the Bancroft... you're kidding me. The Bancroft diaries are currently being used. But there are other things I can do. So the crossing to noon. No, can't talk to him about that. Pale. This is interesting. So there's a side of me that kind of wants to save the game and say, I'd like to talk to you about, and then like pick one of these books. But the thing is, the tally price we get is so high, I really feel like I can't do that right now. So what I'm going to do is we'll take the Matter of the Sanctuary Draft, the joy I shared with Lady Ava, the delights of our... Gone into the ocean, one last toast, the Prince of Wines and the... Not that Lord Bancroft has ever required inspiration, but will you... All right. And I suppose I'm already stuck on the Bancroft diary. I mean, we've got a couple seconds, but let's focus on getting him the grail that he needs. So that's 7 grail, and it can be Greek, Latin, or Deep Mandayak. So the Hanavek book's out. I don't think any of the... Well, no, there's a couple of good ones, but... I expect we're not going to find any big grail in here. So the Wonderful Shape isn't available to Bancroft, but Callicite Supplications is. Count on a poet to Charlatan, our daughter. Incidentally, yeah, he just takes books. Okay. I think I'm okay to move forward. Carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. So that's another sky for me to work with. All right. Now the fun begins. A lesson of many facets. Light leaks in where, from how. So the first priority right now is to get us back to where we were before. So, lesson of many facets. So the first one's pretty easy. That's just the earthquake name here. There's always more to learn. And the nice thing here is we've more or less got everything sort of already ticking by, right? Like there's no more desks for me to be using. The consider verb's already taken care of. So essentially we just wait until we hear the click and then we move on to the next phase. So for instance, one thing I might want to do is I might want to prioritize using the music that I earn because that's replaceable, quite easily replaceable in fact. So what I might want to do is think about what I can use and get back in the time that it takes me to generate new ones. Right. So let's just load this all up. Harsh on the tongue, the savage hymn. Wistful air, let it rise in the head and heart. The regrets. Solace. Storm. Cheerful ditty. Foresight. Okay, for science. Skill is now level 2. So again, first priority right now is to collect. Okay, the bittersweet certainty we're going to use for something different. So one consideration that I have here is that we have other uses for the music. So like the music is renewable and it's something that I can get back pretty quickly. So I may want to prioritize using that. So let's say, yeah, this is a tight window, but we go Anbury and Lapidary. Do the wistful air, and I'll do the beguiling melody in this case. Actually, better. Yeah, I'll start with that. I'm sorry I'm not reading those texts. I'm a little focused on something else right now. Okay. So the tricky part here, this is the thing that makes me feel a little uncomfortable, is that right now I probably have more elements of the soul. Like I have desks available that I'm not quite ready. I guess the big thing right now is that I don't know what I am going to level up next, and so that means that I have all of these kind of elements of the soul just sitting around not doing anything. And that does make me feel a bit uncomfortable. So Here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to bring up my spreadsheet, and I'm going to start locking some of this stuff in as writing so that I can get a little bit of a pattern. Okay, so next up we're going to say it's the Savage Hymn. Regret. Foresight, Pattern, Solace, and Storm. And I'll still have some stuff left over to level up for Enbury and Lapidary, but I think from there we renew all of the sky stuff because we can use that with purifications and exaltations. Yes. That complicates things, actually. Okay, I'm gonna go back for the music. At this point, I kind of want to be a little conscious of what I'm committing in this case, but so this one I'm going to go for Savage Hymn because we can always get the cheerful ditty from a book. The grand piano. Maybe don't want to overdo it on the FET, but that gets me Wistful Air. The Sunset Harp. I guess it was Applebright Euphonies for the Beguiling Melody. And then the Quivering Double Bass, inexplicably being used with bells and braziers. Wait, but I already went for the Wistful Air. I made the same mistake as last time. Alright, well that's fine. I've already committed everything, so life's full of disappointments. I will be getting another Regret, so let's work on that. I mean, I suppose alternatively I could try the Foresight. I'm probably getting too clever by half. Okay, so probably what I want to think about now, if I had 13 lessons and I've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That means I've got 5 lessons left over. I am definitely inclined to leveling up Edict's Marshal, because I seem to remember that was somewhat low. Oh god, yes. Okay. So if I were to just focus on Edict's Marshal... so first of all, that tells me that I take the Forbidden Epic, and I replace that with... I think we replaced that with Noombroom now. God, this is a tough one. The Newman Final Understanding, I think, also makes sense. Now the question would be like, where do I stop with Edicts Martial? Like, do I go there? Like, do I level up Edicts Martial and hammer at it, or do I sort of raise the base level for like Pearl and Tide, Wolf Stories, Magathine Mysteries, like make it so that all of these have a higher base level? The higher base level definitely makes more sense in my opinion, particularly for the ones that we don't know the recipes for yet. But it's not a it's by no means a certainty. But I guess I'm gonna have to make a decision on that. So the Earth sign gives me a scale, so we've got something there. I don't know if I have any heart. Good lord. I used to have a really I used to have like a really good system in place for sort of churning all this stuff out, and it's actually kind of stalled out now because of my hesitation on these. So let's say we set aside a Fet for Pearl and Tide, a Tryst for Magathine Mysteries, an Arab for Edicts Martial. It's got to be a health for Stone Stories. There's no other way around that. If I'm going to level up every level 3, I'm basically not farming stuff. Is that a huge hardship, though? It's kind of hard to see how that is. But again, I'm signing myself up. Like the whole thing about this strategy is that I can use the time to get all of the memories that I need. So, God, an intuition will help me. So, we can get a intuition. I can't see a use for a gossip, unfortunately, but let's we can read the collected Hush House lectures for that. Or actually, if I'm looking, collected Hush House lectures. Heart. We're already working on some heart stuff, but what would a sort of heart exclusive? I guess the sound from the key would help, but I'm already using the consider verb, so that's not really an option here. Satisfaction works though, and we can get that from Fekri's Herbery. Now that kills me for Fet, so is there something else that I can sacrifice? Not really. How sure am I about the use? Not at all, but we'll figure it out later if there's a problem. Okay, scale we can get from fear, and also fear will give us an edge in case I've made a mistake, so we can get exorcism for girls there. And contradiction also helps, so we'll go for Shapt with CROD. Now I don't like half measures, but I think at this point I'm actually going to hold back on the reading that I'm doing because I feel like I need a little more clarity in terms of how I'm going to be spending the rest of the day. Okay, there's a silver spintria for my trouble. And I'm going to need a second just to reorganize the books. A Matter of a Sanctuary Draft. Count on a poet to charlatan, our daughter. I'm a little worried I'm undercommitted in terms of what I need for these level ups, but right now my focus is on restoring Anbury and Lapidary, and then we'll worry about the next phases when the time comes. Okay, the skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. So we're getting close to making myself whole here. The thing that's scary about this is there's so much of the day that is spent recovering Anbury and Lapidary back to where it was before. So I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants for the last few stages. Now we said we were taking Keon at Abydos to get the regret. Yeah, and then in 30 seconds we'll kind of get to reset and see where we're at. Okay, happy for the Aglyphotis. This is a little scary to do because if I need to restore one of my other elements of the soul, I'm closing off the possibility, but I do like the idea of being able to get these Pneuma plants. So I'm going to restore the health. You'll notice I've been pretty careful about committing the core and the health to things. Whoa! Which one was that? Oh, the Westcott room chair. I think the right mouse button automatically puts stuff into your inventory, but it also moves you around the screen, so it's a little bit of a trap. So again, I want to kind of be quick on the spacebar just to make sure that I've got everything that I need lined up, but I think I have a fairly clear idea of how I'd like the day or the rest of this this to work. So okay. So again, I'd love to read this stuff, but I'm a little preoccupied. Okay, once again, consulting my spreadsheet. So I know we were using the Storm and the Solace on this one. So what I kind of want to do for the next little bit is work out exactly what I'm committing to the purifications and exaltations when the time comes. So let's first of all clean up the workspace. Okay, so first thing we want to do is get Anbury and Lapidary up, because we have a specific goal to get this thing to 6. So we're getting close, but we're not quite there. So at the minimum, you know, we've just wasted Pneuma if we don't go any further than this. So there's the lesson. So we wanted Foresight, Pattern, Solace and Storm. So satisfying to have come so far. Improve the skill to level 5. Okay. Now it did occur to me that I did make a bit of a blunder. So it's all well and good that I have the regret, but I guess I'm committed now because I do want to level up Anbury and Lapidary again. I'm committing myself to another minute of of all of this activity. So let me just work this out here. So we can take a pattern. Foresight, regret. Solace and storm. Sand stories is covered, so let's think about specifically what we're committing to purifications and exaltations at the start. So wistful air, savage hymn, revelation, wind in waiting, ascendant harmony, curious hunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I need 5 for the start. It's curious hunch, Didymos, confounding parable, which technically is renewable, so I should be using that earlier. So let's replace that with the wind in waiting. Okay, so we have 3 of the 6 that I need for the... Why have I committed the beguiling melody? I need one more lantern somehow. I could crack and use one of the lessons of many faces. But I think I'm just going to generate... another memory. I suppose what I can do is I can kind of kick the can down the road on committing sand stories, given that none of this stuff I'm going to bring back. Sorry, that's not entirely true. The, I guess the intuition might do something. Yeah. But yeah, I guess, I mean, this stuff isn't as important. Okay, so, question number 1, do I bring back music? I definitely bring back Storm and Solace. Oh, hell. Okay, yeah, I need to write this down, otherwise I'm going to completely lose it. So, Wistful Air, Savage Hymn, Revelation. Confounding Parable, Bittersweet Certainty. Okay, so with purifications and exaltations, I have, for the next one, Curious Hunch, Didymos, Wind in Waiting, and then Ascendant Harmony and Beguiling Melody. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I counted one too many. Okay, so from there, it's whatever I want. So I'm gonna move this up. So there's a fairly good argument here that using an element of the soul to or using one of these to generate cheerful ditty or storm or something like that would help push me over the edge. I guess I also have sorry, Wistful Air isn't committed yet. Oh, I still need to make like the pattern, foresight, regret, and all of that stuff. Curses. That's why I didn't have this. Okay. So yeah, let's lock that in before I do something I regret. Okay, so we have the regret. Pattern, again, advice on containment should get me that. Foresight is Bancroft. Solace and Storm are yet unaccounted for, so I'm really trying not to dip into the... It's a lot of winter stuff, so I'm going to keep the Whist away. Why the hell is Strings and Songs here? Okay, so I'm not seeing a lot of Lantern. I'm going to content myself with using Lantern for the next little bit. Okay, so Pattern, Foresight, Regret are accounted for. Solace and Storm. So Apollo and Marsyas. Done. And Traveling at Night Volume 2. Done. Perugian Diaries for the Cheerful Ditty. Done. Okay. So now comes the time for me to reevaluate all of this stuff here. Actually, this looks probably fine. So what I kind of want to do now is the stuff that I've already committed, let's actually get the game plan in place. So, Edicts Martial, we need 3 memories. So what are the 3 memories we're going to use? Oops. That's Moon Edge, 1 memory, and we're going to get that to level 4. So, Fear, Contradiction, oh, hang on, Forbidden Epic. Yeah, we're starting to work our way out of the forest. Okay, so the Edicts Martial is locked in. Pearl and Tide, I suppose, is just a question of an intuition and a clouds. So was that one that I set aside the Tryst or maybe the Fet for? Let's say Tryst for starters. Okay, so I really gotta remember. Okay, now Wolf Stories is a bit of a challenge. In fact, I've already worked myself into a corner here because if I want to do wolf stories... Oh no, I'm good. Fear and Earth Sign. Oh, but that was going to be, the Earth Sign was going to be for the Hive's Lament. Well, I can get an Impulse in that case. Okay, I need to actually make sure that I'm budgeting for this stuff. So let me take the minute here. I'm going to put everything back into the pile, as dangerous as that is, because I really need to think about how the rest of the day is going to go. So we have one more point of Anburian Lapidary to go up, so that is a metal. We have one for Sand Stories, so that's going to be a fet. We have 2 Purifications and Exaltations, so that's 2 Fost. So those are committed. We're going to try for Edicts Martial, so that's an Arab. We're going to try for Pearl and Tide, so that is going to be a Trist or a Fet. Let's try Fet for starters. Wolf Stories will use Arab. Okay, so these are all spoken for. Magaphine Mysteries is Heart and Moon, so... So maybe we leapfrog that and ask how we're going to level up Stone Stories. I think I've already botched it here. So maybe it's better that I say Leaves and Thorns gets Memory Satisfaction. And for that we can commit a Health. So one of the reasons why I'm currently sweating this out is that I also have a limited number of actions that I can take over the course of the day. So I might be committing myself to too many things to do over the course of the day, which means that I'm wasting the use of these elements of the soul. Although at the very end of the day, I can say, okay, we're gonna say hang the core in health, and you know, we'll level up what we can. So the Magaphine Mysteries are the outlier here. So I could get Salt and a Stolen Secret to help with the Magaphine Mysteries, at which point we would then employ a Tryst. Okay, so now the question is, can I use my Shapt? I'm guessing no. Yeah, I'm running out of stuff that I can commit to the desks to do this stuff. I think it's Pale Ladies and a Prince of Wines does the salt. Yeah. Okay. I forget that Natan's desk actually takes knock as well. So Stolen Secret, I think, is Gospel of Zacchaeus. And I got to admit, I feel very torn about this. Because it seems like I have some room to do some more stuff here, but I also think that I'm at the point where I'm going to start making some serious mistakes. So for instance, the Megaphene Mysteries, that's all well and good. I guess I'd need a core or health then. Is that a second health I'm committing? I guess so. Unless I've already done it. Well, I guess, again, we can do that at the very end of the day. But yeah, so I think at this point I'm gonna cool it on the overall plan. And I'm going to start I don't know. Like at this point, I just want to see how many of these things I can commit. Now, I just noticed a bunch of activity in chat. So again, I had my spreadsheets up. I can't always see what's going on. So Be Freeful says, looks like we've got this game pretty well cleared out. There's a lot of books I haven't read yet, actually. But we're not going for a 100%. That would take forever. And how are you doing, Aegis? I am having fun, and I'm just feeling very, very tired. I'm already half an hour past when I was gonna finish, but I don't know. I am enjoying this, and like I said, if we can get the Anbury and Lapidary up to the level that we need, we are laughing. But again, we're on a fairly tight schedule for these things, so I want to make sure that I basically want to be taking actions with purpose at this point. Okay, so we've restored Anbury and Lapidary. It still needs another level, but we can move on to the next stage of the plan. So the last level of Anbury and Lapidary I need is Pattern, Foresight, Regret, Solace, and Storm. All of those are things that I'm generating right now. So, Wistful Air, Savage Hymn, Revelation, Confounding Parable, and Bittersweet Certainty seems to be the ticket here for purifications and exaltations. So let me commit that. At last, I am something of an authority in this. Improve the skill to level 6. Okay, now what I want to work out here, so this is, I'm actually going to start color coding this stuff. So this is done. This is done. Okay, Curious Hunch, Didumus, Wind and Waiting, Ascendant Harmony, Beguiling Melody, Cheerful Ditty. Now I believe we've already got Perugian Diaries on the way. Yeah, it's missing on the shelves. Which means technically I don't really need to do anything for the next little while. Right now we just we wait to collect. So again, the potential sacrifice that I'm making here is this is an opportunity for me to commit 4, 5, 6 different elements of the soul to things that I might be able to level up the skills for. But again, I'm also trying, essentially what I'm doing is I'm trying to think not just a few moves ahead, but I'm also trying to think far enough ahead to be able to say this is not really worth trying anymore because basically because the season's going to be over before we can do anything about it. But again, like all of this is about regret minimization. So like basically before I try any of this weird and wonderful stuff that I'm working on right now, I'm going to make sure that I've got the basics that I need, like my original commitments of Anbury, Lapidary, Sand Stories, so on and so forth. All of that stuff is going to get committed first, and then the subsequent committals will be for, you know, the nice to haves. And I think I've more or less committed that the core and the health are going to be done at the very last minute. So this does mean I'm not going to have the core and the health for the next day. But that's sacrifice willing, you know, I'm willing to make sort of planning. Okay, so the solace should go to purifications and exaltations. No, it should go to Ember Lapidary. Cheerful Ditty goes to purifications and exaltations. The salt, I believe, is for one of my stretch goals. The storm, please tell me I didn't mess this up. Pattern, Foresight, Regret, Solace, Storm. Pattern, Foresight, Regret, Solace, Storm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anbury and Lapidary to 6. We're good. And Gospel of Zacchaeus was the stolen secret. Okay. Feeling a little bit better about where I am right now. So, in essence, we have 1, 2, 3 periods. So I guess that means about 6 more commitments we can make. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 8. I've got 8 queued up. So that's good. If I could find something else to do with these elements of the soul, I would take it. But all right. I don't think the order really matters at this point. So I'm going to go for the Anbury and Lapidary to start. Okay, so that should clear that out completely. Then we'll do the Sand Stories, then Purifications and Exaltations, and then we're basically at that point, that's when we have to see like where we are with everything else. But I think we're good. Actually, I guess eating the Newman might have made a little more sense at the start, but... Okay, so let's say my Edict's Marshal is my first... first priority here. Then the Pearl and Tide. So Pearl and Tide was going to be Intuition and Clouds. Then Wolf Stories, which for some reason was Fear and Earth Sign. And then Magaphine Mysteries, but again, I think we're probably not there. So, and I figure I can deal with all of that. I can deal with all of that later. I suppose one of the other things I could do is get more ambitious and try and go for some of the higher level stuff, but I actually do want to get the lower level items boosted first. So, let you unlurk to do your customary chat interaction with the streamer for the night. Hi, Chalk. Hello, Vanguard Master. How are you doing? How are things going for your game? I can't remember if you got the coverage that you were looking for or not. I know you were kind of banking on that. Okay, sorry. That can sound like douchey. You know what I mean, though. Like, I know there are some things you wish were different, but overall, like, based on your plan, how are things going? As always, if you would like, feel free to let chat know about your activities. All right. Something was finished. I deserved a little quiet time. Okay, so this gives me more things to pick up. Got your first video, reviewed it. Should go up in the next couple of days. So, oh, excellent. Good. Because I know that was like a big marketing beat you were looking forward. Hello, Nearly Logical. How are you doing today? That's great to hear. And hopefully Outworld stops, stops talking and gives you... Nah, I'm kidding. I seem to remember he was really into the into the game. I think he might be waiting for a little more development, but excuse me. Actually, I think he was playing Total War today, wasn't he? Yeah, no, that sounds good. Well, especially too, right? Because I think we talked about this before. One of the challenges with marketing is that, like, there's an old joke where it's like, I know half of my marketing budget is wasted. I just don't know which half. And there's some truth to that, right? Like, you want to know what works, but you kind of have to do the expenditure before. I mean, you can obviously ask people's advice, and you can try and position yourself as best as you can, but in the end, you have, sometimes there is the question of like doing the marketing and seeing what works. So obviously I'm hoping for the best for you, but yeah, I mean, that could be it. And I mean, to a certain extent, that can sometimes be to your advantage in some cases too. I mean, like, I don't, it's not like I know what lurks inside his soul or anything like that, but obviously, if, at least for my view, right, like, whenever I'm broadcasting something, I usually want to try and show it in as good of a light as I can. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that I don't want to discuss flaws. There are cases where a game doesn't necessarily match what I was expecting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're good. But, one of the reasons for that is that I like it when people say, hey, I tried such and such that you were playing. I really liked it. That was a good recommendation. That feels great. But on the other hand, like, if somebody's like, oh, you idiot, I wasted so much money on this game, why did you recommend this nonsense? That doesn't feel so good. And that doesn't necessarily help the developer either, because if somebody feels like they were sort of sold something that, wasn't worth it, then that could potentially show up as a negative review. And obviously that is the last thing that somebody who's trying to build an audience wants. So, but the problem is I know you're contending with a very real situation where you are trying to build the audience while you build the game. And so too many people sitting on the fence is also damaging. So, oh, that's great to hear your wish lists are going up. So, yeah, no, I think that makes sense. I mean, obviously the hope here is that some of these wish lists are not waiting for a discount, but what they're waiting for is, I mean, we can obviously talk about this stuff online, but they might be waiting for a 1.0 version to see what the finished game looks like. So in that case, obviously, you wouldn't necessarily want to do a discount in order to capture them, because what the event that they're waiting for is not the lower price. The event that they're waiting for is the full game. Although, again, I know your sort of cost structure is built in a certain way, so I think you're also expecting money to come in at certain times. But I don't know. It's complicated, and I'm certainly not an expert. Hey, we got a delivery from Cater and Hero in Numa. Something useful has arrived. We will open that at a later time. Oh, that's great. I imagine that will help some of the people on the fence. Okay, so the thing that I really wanted for today is sort of in hand, and that is purifications and exaltations. Purifications and exaltations was the last out of this big combination to so these are essentially what this milestone means is that I've hit the point where even if we're not able to bring up like Edicts Martial and all of the other ones, I have been able to get the skills that I wanted to the level that I wanted. So everything from this point on is a bonus. So I think it was Leaves and Thorns. I actually don't have the list of items. So if I take the time to think this through, so we've got this one, then this one, then overnight we do this one, and then we can start this one. If we get lucky, we get this one, and if we're unlucky, we have to sleep on this one. So we might actually get further along this roadmap than I was expecting. But I think it's fair to say I'm not going to be generating any more memories tonight. So, with that in mind, I don't know about this health, but I figure I can go ham on the plants. Oh, that's right, but I've got limits on... Oh, God, yeah. I'm trying to level up Leaves and Thorns, too. Ooh, wow. I'll maybe bump that one up a little bit sooner than... Yeah, there's a way I can still sort this. So I think this one doesn't give me anything special. Enuma Sea Holly returns. Yeah, we're not worrying about that. It's the Moli, the Aglaophotis. I'm tempted to see what the garden produces. Enuma, they flourish fast, but there's something odd about their taste. Okay, so yeah, there's probably some fancy vegetables I can get. There's a side of me that says I should explore this just so that I can... Okay, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4... Got technically 8. Okay, so let's start committing some of this silly stuff. Can I use crack track? Oh, I can. I forgot. So I'm actually probably going to run out of core and health before the rest of this. Go for the pears. Again, I don't want to get reckless about this, but I also want to claim as much as I can. Do grapes taste different when plucked in Numa? Perhaps. We only imagine it. Okay, I definitely gotta try that. Yeah, so I only get one more here. Obviously, we could try the bees as well, but I don't quite need the same. Send you the DM if you want to take a look. Oh yeah, thank you, Vanguard. I appreciate that. Okay, so again, the main goal right now is to get to get as many of these lessons committed as I can. If I want to generate any more memories, now is the time to do that. But I don't actually see the value in that. So there are other things I can do with the health. For instance, I can drop the water. There are a few tasks that I can try and sneak in before the end of Numa, but we want to make sure the health is properly accounted for before I go too silly. The skill is now level 7. Its power aspects have also increased. Okay. So, Edict's Marshal was the original goal, but I actually think at this point, maybe... Okay, so Edict's Marshal, Pearl and Tide, Wolf Stories, Megaphine Mysteries, but for some reason I skipped over Leaves and Thorns. Okay, so if I do Leaves and Thorns, that also has Grail, which means I can put down one of these Arab, which may mean that I don't need to give up the health. So, counter to my original intentions, I am going to level up Leaves and Thorns because that potentially gives me access to more gardening. Oh god, and Stone Stories too. Crap. Well, look, I can try and get clever, or I can get myself... What? Oh, right. Or I can get my levels on the things that matter. So, Edict's Marshal, definitely that's one that I want to level up. If it means that I'm not able to do anything with... Well, I know I'm not going to be able to do with anything with Stone Stories, so really I should be committing that to gardening right now. Okay, so it's starting to get a little clearer in terms of how the rest of the day is going to turn out. Okay, Night has Fallen, Dawn will come soon. So this is the point where I might want to consider putting one of these many-faceted lessons into sleep. I'm gonna run it out a little longer. Actually, no, okay. I'm gonna be able to do 2 of these, so we're gonna dream on the memory. Edict's Marshal is a priority, so that's definitely one that I'm putting in. The other thing is I'm going to wait to the bitter end to use these last 2 health. And that's really just a question of convenience. I suppose one thing I could do is try to just get another Newman, and it doesn't really matter either way. We'll be giving up the... We'll be giving up the element of the soul. Hello, Bionic Beans. Good to see you. Enjoy your lurk. This is going to be a complete pain to try and organize, by the way. Okay, Aglaophotis, the other rose. Only in Numa does it bloom. So gotta find a place to put these. I'm gonna start the Collar's Office beautification project. I'm running out of places to put flowers. Actually, you know what? You know what goes well with a wine cellar? Fancy pears. On the Enuma, can I follow the white flowers of Moli to its potent black root? Yeah, it's, well, I have to walk to work tomorrow, so I suspect it's not as bad in western / central Canada, but I know better than to complain to somebody on the prairies about the weather, so it's not a competition, but I know I know I have at least an image of the pain. Hey, Beth Kinda Sorta. You are here to lurk. You are emotionally tired. I am sorry to hear that. Definitely take care. I should just caution all of you as well that, like, I'm pretty much at the end of the broadcast. We had another Numa, and I wanted to get the most done with it. So some of this, like, honestly, part of this session right now is me just trying to find a place to put all of the stuff that I'm picking up in the season. Let's go. Figure those probably shouldn't be a I thought I had a good place for this. Oh, there we go. Quartz chunks. Where can I put them? You know, I hate to admit it, but this is actually not a bad place for it. Oh god, so many pears. Alright, ordinary vegetables. Ordinary grapes. Sacre bleu! Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. Alright. Where the hell do I even put these? I know we can put the grapes on the shelf somewhere. Nope. There's no room for the grapes. Gideon Soaks are a little covered up, but I think it's Gideon Soaks. A little something for the guests. Okay. So I need to reconstruct what I was going to do before. So the intuition and the clouds were... Okay, so I've got the Edicts Martial taken care of. Okay, so let's say Wolf Stories, Pearl, and Tide. So Wolf Stories was going to be Arab. Pearl and Tide was going to be Fett. Now the Magaphine Mysteries, that was the mystery. So that can actually get a tryst on the odd chance we can actually pull that off. And I don't think we are. Well, no, we can't because we don't have it in the inventory. So the tryst is meaningless. But obviously I can use my health. So, I mean, I can go tilt at the windmill again with the garden. I feel like an idiot doing it, but... Oh, like gardening is more atmospheric than practical. I should come back tomorrow. Yep, okay. Lesson learned. Well, I'm glad I only kept the 2. Although there is one thing I can do here. I can draw up water. This requires heart, so drums and dance. What? Oh no, I just need the health. Okay. I'm sure there's other things that I can commit over the course of Numa, but I think it's pretty clear. I think we're tapped out. So, all right, every second counts here. So now we are going for Pearl and Tide. So that is a FET. Lesson, Clouds, Intuition. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. And depending on how cheeky we get with the timer, we might be able to sneak in a Wolf Stories. But if not, only losing one Lesson of Many Facets is not that's not too bad. I should be able to remember the Arab when the time comes. Not even close. All right, current affairs. What is happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? Afterwards, I don't remember what work I performed, except in Sense and Sensations, Leaf Mold, a rhythmic musical clicking like melodious castanets, soft blue flame like antique gaslight, and cold. I remember that where we went, it was cold. My inner light gutters, then flares. I am snared in a dangerous fascination. Your Faust has a malady. So, Silver Spintria for our trouble. That's a nice little sum to have in my inventory. So basically, we can bring about another Numa if we want with the Tin Sprintria. We still need to open the delivery from Cater and Hero, although where I'm going to find the space for all of this stuff, I have no idea. 1.3 seconds to get the last of the... Well, let's just cross that over. There we go. And another big old sack of vegetables. Nothing special. It's too full. Just carry it around the house with me. Kind of like the idea of having some vegetables in the keeper's lodge, but again, where do you put this stuff? Yeah, it'll do. All right, we've already got our water, so we can serve that. Pour out. And let's take the 3 seconds to pour out so I can bring that into, hey, a foggy day. Poured out. Okay, so I want to make sure that I'm repairing my Faust before we commit too much for the day. Now, my go-to is usually drums and dances for this. Yeah, you've supplied enough nectar. What's the other thing that I want to do? So I want to... So Pearl and Tide's up, so Wolf Stories needs a moon and a scale. Now, technically the fog gives me the moon, but that feels like such a lame way of doing that. So let's go... We'll read Wrapped in the King for the Earth sign. I'm going to have to reread it, but that's no big deal. And then I suppose we can read 108 to get the confounding parable. But more importantly, and this is what I wanted to wrap up on, is we can now commit our final sort of lessons to the Tree of Wisdoms. Now, there's technically one gap in the Tree of Wisdoms, and that's because we do not yet have Kernwek Henevek. But I feel comfortable enough for us to pursue the Tree of Wisdoms. So pentaments and precursors, sand stories, snow stories, and sea stories should take us to the top of Birdsong. So let's just verify that. Sand stories. Yep. Okay. Sand stories of wandering tribes, watchful vagabonds, and winged devourers. A city, the 7 tainted immortals we call Legions, are relentless in their appetite and outcast under the laws of heaven, but they have all their uses to the hours. The Legion Cleodukos has known all the great keys, and even now she holds the key of days. So every year she meets the vagabond in Vienna to exchange the names of lesser keys for the stories of the vagabond's travels. We call their gossip Birdsong. Snow stories of wind, woe, and winter. Much remains. Medusa's riddle. First, what is not seen? The night, the heart, the moon, the day. Between, the palest key, the birth-scarred coil queen. This is Birdsong. And finally, sea stories. The sea has always been the widest road. The Seaborn, the Legion Morgan, holder of the key of black sapphire, called Seaborn Tide Drawn. Did she come from Ys behind the wave? If we speak her name at the rising of the moon, we can summon that old song of flutes and bells. Can we summon that old song of flutes and bells? These are Birdsong riddles. I mastered the wisdom of music, riddles, and miscellanea. Now, the other things that we had committed to Birdsong were from Sky Stories, we went down to Strings and Songs. Then we also had Rhyme and Remembrance. Ramsond 1. So we'll commit that. Oh, sorry, I should actually take the time to properly line these things up. So, just a reminder that Birdsong, music, riddles, miscellanea. Ramson, this language has been called Mantik al-Ta'ir and Lenga al-Kel, and the speech of birds in Ramson, and the hazelnut tongue, but it's a language of secrets, and its true name may never be used. The Aviform Hours use it at their roost, or so the story goes. The Falconer's Tale. There is a very old story told by falconers about the Aviform Hours, the secret gods who take the shape of birds. Once there were only 5, the dove, the crow, the laughing thrush, the twin kites. The 6th had fallen to the talons of an owl, and they sought another to join their company. But the crow rejected half of all those they found for the dowdiness of their plumage, and the dove rejected the others for being too gaudy. At last they found a night bird whose feathers were both the perfect white and perfect black of the crow and of the dove, but once they had accepted him, they learnt he was no bird at all, only a night-flitting moth. Fortunately for the moth, their pride kept them from admitting their mistake, but since that day the Aviform Hours will only meet at night when the 6th of their kind won't be unmasked. Leaves and thorns, there is no scent without sorrow. Looking up, the gardener's first lesson is this: look up. What starts as weather ends in the world. What starts as sky ends in the soil. This is what birds know, and the birds know most things first. Sorry, I got lost in my list. Rhyme and remembrance, to speak with the dead, to torment the living, to celebrate both. What we were, the shapes that loped beside you in the frost, the scrapes you gleaned of call and periost, once these were answers to what may be lost, all part of the matter we call birdsong. And finally, strings and songs, the harmonies of the lower skies are here reproduced. The round, there are no words in the song of birds. No bird song had no beginning and will have no end. I believe we finished... No, we... Oh yeah, no, we have finished Oromachistry. Again, I probably could have got it to the top level, but I sort of blew it. Now, it's a little delicate with Ithistry, which was the last one that I wanted to work with. So with Spices and Savors, we should be able to get Anbury and Lapidary to 6. Yeah, so the Bright Arc of Alchemy, Metallurgy, and Pyrotechnics. So Anbury and Lapidary, lightning is a little life, and jewels are its eyes. And I'm just going to double check here. So we've got 6 for Anbury and Lapidary, 7 for Purifications and Exaltations. Solutions and Separations should be 8, and Bells and Braziers should be 9. Okay, we're good. So Anbury and Lapidary. Amber, the bright arts speak of a shining city unbuilt. One day we might build it like a jewel in the sea with a foundation stone of amber. This would be a great work of Ithistry. Purifications and Exaltations. No one ever truly wants to be truly changed. Azalth and Refulgan are justly feared, but no one who has been changed would choose to go back. George Collars. The tree. Never underestimate the hour named Madrigad. Foolish adepts deride her as an hour of ashes. What do they think the Watchman's tree sprang from? Fire purifies, light exalts. Solutions and separations. The surgeon plies the knife and the mason plies the chisel. There are subtler tools than either. The straight. The world is all in balance. With time, with care, with ingenuity, we can restore the balance. Through the shaping of stone, the equilibrium of ichors, the unhatching of the egg. Ithistry teaches ingenuity. And finally, Bells and Braziers, the resonance which lingers from the hammer's touch. The chime. In the right mortal's hand, the right tool can become the weapon that ends a war. This is a high purpose of Ithistry. I mastered the wisdom of alchemy, metallurgy, and pyrotechnics. All right. I think there are a couple of stragglers left. So for Ithistry, we wanted from Spices and Savors, Lockworks, and Clockworks. Little ways of little machines. Of clocks, the clocksmith's first duty. When the time comes, the device should speak its purpose. Since the sun was sundered, noon is not as it was. Perhaps, if we found the true hour of noon, we'd know how the sun might return. Ithistry might give us that answer. Putrefactions and calcinations. Death alters, snow endures. Solomon Husher. In flames, all days are death, all lives are sunset. No fire will last without fuel. There can be no second dawn without a war to burn the bones of earth. This is Ithistry at its most merciless. The Hushery, I think we might be... Oh, maybe not. Looks like I just had 3 committed there. So Illumination, we should have 9. Yep. Hushery, we should have 4. Yep. Nyctodromy, we should have a full list. We do. Skolakosophy, we should have a total of 4. Yep. Bosk should go from 2 to the end. Yep. Preservation, we were 1 short. The funny thing about that is, given how the day worked, that might have actually been premature. We may have been able to take that a bit further. So I think there's probably 2 cases where we could have got to the far end. But I believe all of my skills, so the way that we know, there's a few ways you can tell that something's committed, but usually the attenuation will be the hint. So Fusine, I'm noticing, isn't listed. Shame on me, I did not commit Fusine. So that can go to Heart. That can go to Hushery or Ithistry. I suspect I would probably put this in Hushery, but that's going to require a level up. So maybe that's what we level up instead of Yeah. I think probably I'm going to want to... I'm probably going to want to have to level that up. That's very silly of me that I missed that. Anyway. Kill a sea... You're kidding me! Did I not put Kilisimi in... I mean, that one's a little bit easier. I think probably that one I had committed to Bosk anyway. Huh. Let me just make a note here. Okay. Crack Tracks committed. Ericapean, Hyksos, Vac. Perlintide, Wolf Stories is not... What the hell was I doing all this time? That's going to make it really difficult to navigate, actually. I'm glad I'm doing this. Megaphene Mysteries, Leaves and Thorns, Stone Stories. How have I missed so many? There's not even room for Actually, Stone Stories, I don't think we can commit to either of these unless I want to take... No, we can go a bit higher. Yeah. Okay, no, Stone Stories was kept out of preservation, so we'll commit that now. That goes to level 3. Unless I want to, like, go nuts and try and take it to level 9, but... A Vigilance. The hours once called Flint and Wheel are gone, but the blood of their name emanations was mingled with the blood of mortals, and from it sprang the line of Antaios. As long as the Antaian line continues, the legacy of Flint and Wheel may endure. This is then preservation. Serpent Venoms, Rhyme and Remembrance, Putrefactions and Calcinations, Oranoscopy, Furs and Feathers, Edicts, Martial, Strings and Songs, Herbs and Infusions. Are you kidding me? Did I just not commit stuff to... Yeah, obviously I haven't committed stuff to preservation. The Source and the Root. In the innermost walled garden of the Palace of the Shadowless Kings in Persia, there was preserved a yew tree older than any other. The kings set a beehive in its branches in memory of their forefathers, and they brewed from its flowers a sovereign cure against all poisons. This is the root of our science, and this is preservation. Okay. Escape Reflections, Coil and Chasm, Lockworks and Clockwork, Stitching and Binding, Spices and Savors, Surgeries and Exsanguinations, Desires and Dissolutions, Orchids and Narcotics, Path and Pilgrim is not accounted for. Wow, that's a big oversight. Sky Stories, Inks of Power, Anbury and Lapidary, Transformations and Liberations, Sharps, Insects and Nectars, Purifications and Exaltations, Applebright Euphonies, Sand Stories, Pentiments and Precursors, Hill and Hollow, Glassblowing and Vessel Crafting, Pyroglyphics, The Great Sign and the Great Scars, Ragged Crossroads, Sacris Solus Invicti, Edicts Inviolable, Disciplines of the Scar, Solutions and Separations, Inks of Revelation. How on earth did I not commit that? What? So the funny thing is, I didn't save the original Excel sheet that I was working with. So the funny thing is, I actually think with Nyctodromy, yeah, Nyctodromy is at level 9, as is Illumination. So the funny thing is here with Watchman's Paradox is I can't commit that to anything. So I'm thinking what might have happened here. The autosave version is an old version, and unfortunately that means that I've put myself into an impossible position for committing certain things to the Tree of Wisdoms. So that is a small shame, just because I wanted sort of the original ending to be, you know, the result of sort of this reflection on what I thought was most important in the Tree of Wisdoms. And there were definitely some compromises I needed to make, because I had originally something like 13 commitments to Illumination. But this isn't the end of the world. So when it comes down to it, we've got 6 individual skills, 2 of which are languages, 3 if you count Kennebec, which I don't have. But this is an opportunity for me to fill in a few more things on the Watchman's Tree, if I so choose. I'm not going to make it an obsessive, I'm not going to make it like an obsessive journey to, like, I don't know, get the perfect tree, right? You know, there are choices and there are regrets. You know, I'm not so fully committed to, you know, to seeing, I don't know, like well, I mean, again, my perfect tree more or less doesn't exist now, but yeah, like I'm not that obsessive in terms of the commitments. But where I can, I would definitely like to have it reflect my priorities as much as I can. So let's just take a minute here. Doesn't look like there's anything else. Now, again, I could probably just use the Killisimi and commit it to... Actually, what else am I going to commit it to, right? So let's take the Killisimi and put that in the Bosque, because I believe that was the original plan anyway. The Weaver's Tale. There is a prophecy among weavers of one who will unwisely seek to find the future in a tapestry of her own hair. Her house will grow dark, shrouded in the labyrinths of her tresses. Pilgrims will seek her in the cellar of her house, where she will plead with them to cut her free. They will always fail, and she will always devour them. At last, one of them will come to ask instead to stay with her. Others will join them until the house becomes a palace, and the palace a city, below the world where all are welcome, and in the tapestry all truths are revealed. Okay, so at least that's the Killisimi spoken for. We're gonna have to see about the rest of this stuff, and I really don't have the bandwidth to do this tonight. But before I end the game, I am gonna go over the Watchman's Tree one more time and just sort of talk about what's committed where and what the lore that's revealed is. I would like to do a small inventory of my existing skills. So we have one more Faust, because that is currently being recovered in bed. I don't think we have any workstations being operated. Oh, sorry, that's not true. So I've got an Arab and a Whist. Okay, so a Whist and an Arab, +1 to each of those. Actually, it's a little easier if I... So it's 11 Faust. 10 Whist. 9 Fet. Eight shopped, 8 core, 8 health. It's a little hard to work this out, but yeah. So when all is said and done, most likely, I still wound up with Faust as my number 1. But it is one of the things that I kind of liked about this was the idea that I wanted to see on my reflected Watchman's tree. I sort of wanted to see what my revealed preferences would be in terms of elements of the soul once I was forced to make particular commitments, and I am rather intrigued by what I see here. So I mean, we could do a full inventory when all the work is done. There's a couple of things I can do as a side project. You know, we'll throw the core in here. The whole idea of getting the 2 memories, like this is not happening. Like there's clearly more work that I need to do when thinking about this. But here's what the playthrough is going to look like. So again, on Wednesday, I'm going to be going to the local game dev meetup, so there's no stream then. But we will be back on Friday. And one of the biggest priorities for Friday, in addition to sort of getting a final accounting of the elements of the soul, I don't know if I'd put the playthrough on hold to get like the last skills committed. Like I'm happy to go to another Numa and just kind of get all that stuff done at a separate time. But the big thing that I want to do after all of these commitments have been done is I have enough sort of raw material now to start leveling up some of these elements of the soul, and particularly it's going to allow me to see more of the determinations that I haven't been able to see before. So that means I'll be able to record a few more of the histories, and I already have a few notes sort of written down on the ones that I'm missing. But on top of that, it's also going to allow me to pursue some of the recipes. Sorry, I'm looking for Inks of Revelation here. I'm specifically looking for some of the recipes for the inks and some of the other things, just to kind of get in my recipe book so that I can know sort of in future, oh, okay, so this is the one that I was trying to put together. And just being able to have these very highly powered elements of the soul will really help. So, you know, aside from maybe a little bit of, a little bit of dancing around in Numa just to see, what kind of level I can boost things up to by break. I mean, the thing to remember, right, is that I don't have that many elements of the soul to break for Numa anymore, right? Really what I'm looking for are elements of the soul. I'm looking for upgrades coming from books at this point. So this is why I'm saying, like, I'm not going to spend the whole session trying to make Numa work for the quote unquote perfect Watchman's tree. I tried to work it all out. I did lose some data clearly, but it's not like I said. One of the appeals of this game was the idea of everything being a. Oh, sorry, I'm missing a health, I think. So technically, that health should be above core. But yeah, like I said, I mean, part of the appeal of this is every playthrough is unique, and so, I just simply get an opportunity to try things differently for next time. But the goals for Friday's broadcast will be commit what I can, level up the elements of the soul so that I can first pursue the Numen that I don't have information on, make a decision on a history finally, and while we wait for the final Numa, just to get everything kind of committed. And again, I may not actually wait for that final Numa. Maybe I'll wait for books, or maybe I'll just say, hang on, we won't worry about we just won't worry about the rest. Whatever we wind up doing, when I say, okay, I'm done pursuing skills, it's not important enough to me to be able to get that like one extra element of the soul because I've already learned how to do X, Y, and Z. From that point, I believe what happens is I write the history, which I will have already done. We present it at the Earl's U, and we get our first ending. So whether or not that happens on Friday, I'm not sure, but I would suspect that we will probably finish Book of Hours before the end of the month. And I wound up going an hour and a half longer than I was planning, so I know a number of you came in close to what I thought was going to be the end of the stream, and I think most of you probably know me well enough that The end is never the end. Open a package, unwrap, unbox, unleash. This is gonna cause hell on earth, but yeah, I do need to finish for tonight. One other thing I'd like to do, and I'm not gonna spend like all day on Friday doing this, but I'd kind of like to tidy up Hush House in a few cases. Like, so if I can, really give a proper clean to Alopolis Nook, see if we can find a better place for some of these flowers. Maybe turn the beeswax into candles. Just try where I can to spiffy up the place a little bit. It doesn't mean that we're not gonna. We'll have lots of materials available for people, but maybe we put the wood in the storage shed. Maybe we reorganize what we've done with the sand. Maybe some of the sand we can pour out. There's, I don't know. It's our first time winning Book of Hours. I mean, I'm doing a victory lap. Technically, it says that writing the history starts the end game, right? So there might be some other stuff for me to figure out that I haven't done yet. I do notice it's interesting that we do have the red flowers, so that'll be kind of interesting for if I can commit the history. But yeah, in any case, I am looking forward to seeing how this ends, but I do want to make sure that I am happy with how we leave this place. And then we can decide what we do next. All right, everybody. Thank you very much for watching. I hope this was enjoyable for everyone. I always do feel very self-conscious when I'm feeling tired. But you all at least made me feel appreciated. I also start a new job in 2 weeks. So I'm feeling very nervous about that, but I'm also looking for. I know we've already talked about it, so I don't need to relitigate that. All right, let's see. Is anybody doing Book of Hours? We do have someone doing Book of Hours, so I'm gonna take a quick second and see. So they have been on for a while. I'm just gonna take a quick second here and see what's going on with Cultist Simulator. Okay. Yeah, so I am going to host Glitchy Witchy. So I don't know too much about what they are. It says noisy variety streamer with a knack for breaking games on accident, business inquiries, so on. Hi, I'm Glitchy, variety streamer from Oklahoma with a heavy focus on simulators and roleplay. So sounds like a good fit for Book of Hours, and I don't know how far they are. I noticed they've got a few skills and a poet. So why not raid a new Book of Hours streamer? Again, I don't want to be too like off-putting on these things. I have had sometimes some mixed results whenever I host someone. I'm at least happy that this person doesn't have subs only enabled to one person, but yeah, as always, I'm not 100% sure who we're hosting. But man, do I love it when people come in for Book of Hours, and I really would appreciate it if you'd hang around and continue to show that support, because it means that more people will likely play the game. Anyways, thank you everybody for watching. I will see you all on Friday, and until then, take care.